All right. Good morning, everyone. We are ready to get started. So welcome. This is the year-end update. As normal, we're glad to have you this morning. Hope everyone is awake, got your coffee, have the great movie Elf in the background silently, just so you can have something fun to watch other than our slides. Um, But we want to welcome you here, and my name is Suzanne Coulter, and I would introduce you to UAN staff, but you can't see them here. So on Thursday, I'll be introducing UAN staff, but we do have a couple people in the room here. So what we're doing today is we're going to go over everything you need to know for your year end. And the agenda for today, we don't have our screen up for the agenda because it's different than on Thursday, but we're going to go about 2 hours, then you'll get a break, another 2 hours, you'll have an hour lunch, and then you'll have a break in the afternoon, and whenever they get through everything, then you guys can be done. So we are celebrating our 30th year as UAN. So James, our wonderful guy, made up this new logo for us. So when you load 20.1, you will see this new logo for this year only. So very exciting that we've been around for so long, and hopefully we help you guys out. So a quick thing, because we're going to talk about it more in depth later, is GASB 84. These are changes to agency funds. Some will become renamed as custodial funds. All fiduciary type funds will be reclassified and require new revenue and appropriation accounts, and we have put those in UAN on this update. And Tracy McCreary will be here later from LGS to go in more depth. And so this is for your year-end statements. I'm just going to quickly show you for Township, Village, and Library what those funds are. You have agency, they'll be renamed to custodial, some of them, investment trust, and private purpose trust. Unclaimed money for village, income tax, and other agency. And libraries, agency, investment trust, and private purpose trust. So she will be going into those later. So what we're going to get started on now is with our green monster here, enhancements. You know that our developers work really hard to give you new items and try to make your life a little bit easier as fiscal officer. So the first one I think you guys will like. It is user login. You know, when you type in your password, I know when I was a fiscal officer, I can remember getting locked out, and I swear I put in the right password. So you put it in 5 times and you're locked out, and you have to send us an email, and then we have to help you get back in. Well, a new enhancement is if you see the I there to the right of the password, if you hover over that and click on it, you're going to be able to see your password now as you're typing. So I'm sure you've done this on other websites where you can click on something and it allows you to see what you're typing. So hopefully this will help everybody, not get locked out. If you can see it and you know that that's your password, then maybe your username is wrong if you're still being locked out. So that's a new option for you guys. We also have some new security features. This is, just to keep your information safe. So it's a 15-minute inactive security logout. So if you haven't done anything in UAN for 15 minutes, the application is going to be disabled, and then you'll see your login screen again. And until you enter your password, you'll just see this login screen. Now you won't lose anything. It's not going to shut down any of your tabs or anything you had open, and you're not going to lose anything that you were working on. It's just so that it's a security feature so that, if you walk away and go to the restroom, somebody can't come in, look at your computer and see any sensitive data. Now there's also another one. And so this is for 6 hours. If you have not logged back in, so if you've not put your password back in, the software is going to quit, and it will, all your open forms will be closed, and then you would lose any transactions that are not saved into batch. Now, not a big deal. Don't worry about losing a bunch of stuff because most of your stuff is saved into batch, right? So it will still be there in batch when you would log back in. The only thing would be like, say, a bank reconciliation. If you had your bank rec open and you were clearing your payments and receipts and you had not saved that bank rec, then you would lose what you had done so far in that bank rec. This again is just a security feature so that you know, the information of your entity is not open for anyone to mess with. All right, so this is the main area we're going to talk about during my part this morning, and it is the new 2020 redesigned W-4 form. It is a significant redesign because of tax reform legislation. So employees who have submitted a W-4 form in any year prior to 2020 are not required to submit a new form just because of the redesign, but they may if they choose to. But anyone hired after January 1st must fill out this new 2020 W-4 form and submit it to you. And any current employees who come in and say, hey, I want to make some changes for my federal income tax, they will need to fill out the new form also. And as a reminder, any employee who claims exemption from federal and state income taxes are required to submit a new W-4 form by February 15th of every year, or they cannot be exempt from taxes that year. So when your employees have to submit a new one in 2020, they will need to fill out the new W-4 form. So due to the redesign, our developers had to make changes within UAN so that you would be able to put the information in correctly. So we're going to look at a draft of this form. And it's only a draft because that's all we've got so far. They still have not released the final version. It most likely won't change much, but so this is the draft. As you can see, you know, it's the same length, but remember down at the bottom, they only had to fill in a few little things at the bottom. So it is much longer and asks for a lot more information from the employee than the old form. So we're going to break down what this information is and how it relates to what you need to enter into UAN. All right, so step one, this is the top portion, and I call it life status. So here it is on the new 2020, and you can see that it's under C, there, step one, part C, that they have to choose single or married filing separately, married filing jointly, or qualifying widow or widower, head of household, and that is check only if you're unmarried and pay more than half the cost of keeping up a home for yourself and a qualifying individual. So here they have to choose one of those, and the IRS instructions say check your anticipated filing status because this will determine the standard deduction and tax rates used to compute your withholding. So they're similar, but not exactly the same. And this is the 2019 one. So you can see they just had single, married, and married but withhold at higher single rate. So I just say they kind of just explaining it better, what your choices are. And now here is what it's going to look like in UAN. Now this is on the Employee Information tab. So if you go to Payroll, Maintenance, Employees, you check mark someone, you click Edit and Advance, it's that first tab that you come on. And this is what it looks like. So what I want you to notice is that the developers have built in the ability to choose the version, either 2019 or prior, or 2020 or later. Because we have to be able to have both of them in here, because not everybody is going to want to fill out a new form. So that's why we had to design it. So with the dot in 2019 or prior, you can see that you're still just seeing the married rate and single rate. It still has allowances, which the 2020 form does not have any allowances anymore. And then additional per wage. And there you can see when, if you would choose 2020 or later, now those, the single filing separate, they match the new 2020 form. So that you can choose whatever your employee has chosen on their W-4 form. So this is step 2. Now this is a completely new area, and it really has to do with multiple jobs. So say that an employee works several jobs, or within the household, the spouses both work, or maybe one works an extra job also. This is to help make your taxes more accurate. Because of the tax law changes, this step, they had to add it. So the reason that they're doing this, and if you have multiple jobs, you can see under C that the employee can check mark an option there that says withhold at a basically higher rate. And both spouses, both people within that household who are working would have to check that so that enough federal income tax comes out of both of their checks. Because it is possible, if you don't do this with the new tax rates, that not enough withholdings will be coming out and they will owe money at the end of the year on their 1040 form. You can see that there's a couple choices, A, B, and C. The IRS has a estimator that you can get on and plug in information. And there's also a multiple jobs worksheet included in the new W-4 form that they can go through and figure out how much their taxes should be. So here it is in UAN, 2020 or later. We've checked our single filing, and then you see we have a multiple jobs box. And that's where you can check that multiple jobs box, and it is going to calculate then the employee's taxes at the IRS's higher dual income tax rates. So, exempt status. Some employees can claim exemption from federal and state taxes, and this is when they had no tax, they didn't have to have taxes held out the prior year. They got all their taxes back, and so they are allowed by law to claim exemption. So on the 2020 form, I want you to look. I don't know if you can see, but look closely. Do you see any like box or area where an employee could say, hey, I'm exempt from federal taxes? Not in step 1. I don't see it in step 2. No, not in step 3. It's nowhere on here. So I think this was an IRS whoopsie, and when they figured it out, they didn't want to take the time or didn't want to put the money into redesigning it. So the instructions say, if an employee wants to claim exemption under step 4C, see the little blank area? They are to write exempt in that little area. Okay, if that's not really silly, I don't know what is. But so if you have someone who wants to claim exemption, that's where they're supposed to do it. Now here, is the 2019 one. See number 7? Oh my goodness, it explains what an exemption is. Last year I had a right to a refund of all my federal taxes. It has an area, to little box, number 7, to write exempt in. But for some reason they didn't include it. So they just have to write it under that 4C area if they want to claim exemption. Now, our developers, thankfully, are smarter than the IRS. And they provided you with a box to check if an employee writes that exempt in that 4C area. So all you have to do is check mark exempt if they have written it on their W-4. So our developers didn't forget to do it. Now, on to step 3. This is claiming dependents. So this is for people, and they do a good job of explaining this, that you take the number of your qualifying children under the age of 17 and you multiply it by 2,000. Then they can, other dependents get $500. Again, they'll have to read the instructions on who qualifies for that. And then they'll write the total over to the far right of all those amounts. So for this, we also have an area with within UAN where you can put it. So we're in 2020 or later, we're married filing jointly, we do have multiple jobs, and then you can see the dependents area where you can type in whatever number they have placed. I had 3 children. I can't claim any of them anymore, unfortunately, but my dependents money I could claim would be $6,000. So you will just type in whatever the employee has put on their W-4. Okay, now this is step 4. This is the most difficult section of the W-4, and these are optional entries for the employee, and what the federal government says is that it is so you can make your federal withholding more accurate. If I were you, I would not touch this area with a 10-foot pole. This can get quite messy, and if you help your employees with it, they may come back and say, hey, I ended up owing, or getting back money. I suppose they wouldn't complain, but it can get very messy here because it deals with like investment incomes and dividends. And so if I were you, I would just point them towards publication 505 whenever that final version comes out. It hasn't come out yet either, which is for them, for the employee, to help them figure out estimated taxes. So I would point them towards that publication. But if they do fill in any numbers in this area, again, we have a place to do that. So you can see the other income, $12,500, that would be, dividends, whatever, deductions, like medical expenses, we've put that amount in. So you can see them here. So we do have a place for you to put it if any employee enters anything on the W-4. Now I want to point out in the red circles, you can see this is a change. So before, these were called supplemental withholdings. You had your supplemental Ohio and your supplemental federal. Well, you will not have to add those withholdings to your employees anymore. It will be right here on the Employee Information tab where you can enter those amounts for them. So these are these additional money or additional per wage under the federal, and this is the supplemental. So when you're adding a new employee under the wizard, you will not have to add those withholdings any longer. They will be right here on the Information tab. So as you can see, we have $5 for Ohio, and we have $75 extra supplemental taken out each paycheck for federal. Now, when you go to the Employees Withholdings tab, so before we were over way to the left on the Information tab, but when you go over to the Withholdings tab, when you've added that amount in, you can see our $5 for state and our $75 for federal. So you will still see it here on the Withholdings tab, but it's just entered now on the Information tab. So Bob found this on the IRS website, and it's a good description for why do I need to account for multiple jobs. And employee, I've never had to do that before. Well, because of the tax changes, the tax rate increase as income rises, but you're only allowed one standard deduction on each tax return, so each 1040 return, regardless of the number of jobs that are in the household. Therefore, the employee and their spouse both work, then more money should be withheld from the combined wages because it bumps them into that higher tax rate. If you don't check that multiple job, then not enough withholdings because those jobs are considered separately and taxed on its own rather than together. So you can find out more information on the IRS website all about the new W-4 form. So we're moving on now. The Ohio Department of Taxation, Ohio Business Gateway, now has a way to upload a W-2, W-3 file to them for your information at the end of the year. So this feature allows payroll providers and employers to submit W-2 files to the Ohio Department of Taxation and through Ohio Business Gateway. And additionally, if you submit your W-2s that way through file, then you will not be required to submit a separate Ohio IT3, which is your yearly report where you have to tell them, this much was paid in January and this much was paid in May. So if you do upload your files, you won't have to fill that one out. This was on their website, so it said in previous years, the Ohio Department of Taxation only required employers who issue 250 or more W-2s to submit their W-2s through a file. And so they're saying with the introduction of this new ability on Ohio Business Gateway, does it change the requirement for 2019 that you submit in January of 2020? And the answer is no. For anyone that has less than 250 employees, you don't have to upload the file, but you can. And they say, however, we strongly encourage all employers to get used to this because I would guess, they're going to require everyone to do it in the next few years. It's easy to do. Ohio Business Gateway, I've been on it. It's pretty easy to get around. And thankfully, UAN already provides this to our clients. We have, for people that had over 250 employees, that they had the ability to upload those W-2 forms to the Ohio Department of Taxation. But now you can do it on Ohio Business Gateway. So we do have instructions in your year-end procedures to help you do that. Okay, supplemental exception. Now this is on non-retirement bonus wages or leave payouts. So we have our new little screen that you guys have seen where you're adding wages. You choose warrant. You can choose regular wages, which is what you do most of the time. But we also have leave payout and bonus. So when you choose one of those, so here we're doing a leave payout because you can see it as a wage type. And the new part is at the bottom of the page there. And these two boxes will be checked automatically on both these types, bonus and leave payout. And what it is it's going to apply the supplemental federal rate that is required on these supplemental wages, and that's 22% right now, and Ohio is 3.5%. So that's on any special wage, as they call it. That will be checked, and then underneath it, deduct employee per wage supplemental tax withholdings. That's the Ohio supplemental and the federal supplemental, because by law, you're actually supposed to deduct those amounts. If someone has asked for those extra amounts, you're supposed to deduct them from every type of wage that they have. So these two will be automatically checked, but you can uncheck them. And but just know that when you do that, it's not by law. By law, you're supposed to have these things checked, and you can explain that to your employees. Now, if they get really upset, you can uncheck them, and then they'll have to deal with the tax issues at the end of the year if they would owe more money. But that is a new area, and you can see that a little bigger there. All right, so due to the changes we had to make on the employee information tab, we had to move the EFT from the employee information to the additional tab. And this was, again, due to the redesign of the W-4 form. So it used to be here, down there at the bottom right, on the information tab. Now it has moved to the second tab, which is the now called EFT additional tab. So here's what it looks like now. So you can see it has the same information. It has the routing number, account number, everything that you need to do the EFTs like you did before. And the only thing different is that the pre-note verified is, we call it that now, instead of pre-note sent, because that's what a pre-note does. It verifies that that bank account number exists at that bank so that you can put money in your employee's account. So that name has been changed, and it has been moved to another tab. So if you are interested in EFT and you don't use it right now, Bob wanted me to let you know about some great training that we have. And it's on our site, the UAN site. And if you would look at all of these videos, it would only take you 45 minutes. And it gives great information on everything you need to have ready before UAN can help you set up EFT in your software. So save yourself some time and at least watch this one, Getting Started with Payroll EFT, because if you call in and you haven't watched that, we're going to direct you to that anyway before we can get you to Bob. And Bob is the one that helps you set up your EFT. So you can go ahead and look at least that one video, and it will get things going for you for electronic funds transfer. All right, so as you know, or don't know, we do have some e-files in your UAN e-files that is sensitive information that is unsecured because we can't encrypt it before sending the information to different payroll agencies. So like your EFTs or your reports for like OPERS and OP and FPF. So we have this area in Entity Setup that you can set to automatically delete files. 2020.1 is going to set this back to what we feel you should have it set at, which is 24 hours old. You really don't want to put your dot there in do not automatically delete unsecured files because you don't want that stuff sitting in your e-files. So some of that information that are in your e-files are the EFT files, positive pay submissions, OPERS contribution report, OP and FPF contribution reports, Ohio Department of Job and Family Services wage detail report, and their new hire reports, and then your W-2 and W-3 files that you create for Ohio and or federal. So that's why there's a lot of sensitive information in those files. You want them, I would say, even go out there and delete them after you have uploaded them to the agency that you want the information to go to. Any of these excuse me, reports can be recreated and resent if the agency somehow didn't get it. So you don't have to worry about losing the information. It can be recreated at any time. So you want to get rid of these files at least the 24 hours. Okay, I had to take a drink of my coffee there. Bank reconciliation reports. This is a security enhancement also. So for your bank rec report, it is not going to include any bank account number information unless you go to the options tab on the report screen and check mark include account number. And that's just so that the entity's account numbers are not out on any report for anyone to see. But if you do want them included, you can check mark that. Okay. The UAN inventory area. I think this is a really underused resource for UAN users. It gives you the ability to track, maintain records on your inventory, and you can enter in service information. So when something got fixed, you can keep track of debt management. When is this piece of equipment going to be paid off? And it also, if you enter it into UAN, there are reports you can print out that will help you fill out your year-end reports and your notes to your financial statements. So inventory is a collection of assets, resources that have value that are owned by the entity. And Ohio Administrative Code 117-2-02E states that each local public office should establish a capitalization, I can't say that word, threshold, so that at a minimum 80% of the non-infrastructure assets are identified, classified, and recorded on the entity's financial statement. So it is required that your inventory, your assets, be recorded on your financial statement. So this part of our application really helps with that kind of information. And all public offices should have records of your significant capital assets. So we've got a new inventory manual for you. There are 2 new reports, the asset depreciation and asset detail. There's also, we've added a calculate button on the debt management tab and the depreciation tab that calculates it for you, but also error checks anything that you entered. So those are new enhancements within the inventory area. So we hope that you'll use that area more. It's we keep trying to make it better for you so it can help you with your year-end reports. So the cemetery version 4.0 has been mailed. If you didn't get it, or if your entity would like to have this free software, just give someone a call here at UAN, the support line, and we will get that version out to you. All right, well, that's all I have. Make sure that you call us with any questions that you have. We want to make your year-end process smoother for you. So thank you again, and we'll talk to you, well, I will talk to you next year.
My name is Tracy McCreary, and I work with Local Government Services with the Auditor Estates Office, and I'm here today to talk to you about GASB 84 and how this is going to play into doing our 2019 and 2020 financial statements. Oops. Okay. Where am I moving my slides at? Okay. Sorry about that. What we're going to be talking a little bit about GASB 84, and the reason we're talking about 84 is I know a lot of you, when you're doing your financial statements, you're not doing GAAP, so you usually don't get involved in dealing with the GASB pronouncements. But this one comes into play because it deals with fund type definitions. When you're generating your financial statements and doing your day-to-day books, a lot of times you'll deal with governmental funds, proprietary funds, and fiduciary funds. So our governmental funds are general, special revenue, capital projects, debt service, and our permanent funds. Our proprietary funds are our enterprise and our internal service. So we've been looking at those definitions. We've been using those definitions for a while. GASB 34, when it came out in the early 2000s, we looked at those proprietary fund type definitions. And so even though you didn't do GAAP, we like to keep all those fund type definitions similar between GAAP and ACBOA and regulatory statements. So we have used those proprietary fund type definitions. Then back in 2011, 2012, when GASB 54 was implemented, there were some changes to governmental fund type definitions. So you might remember looking at some of your special revenue funds or your capital projects funds to make sure what you had still met those definitions. So what we're doing now is we're looking at fiduciary funds. So GASB issued a new pronouncement, and they looked at some of those definitions. Right now, when you think about fiduciary funds, you're thinking about something where you are holding dollars for individuals, another government, or another organization. And that's kind of been the spirit of fiduciary funds all along. But what GASB has done is they have taken those ideas and brought those up to speed and kind of clarified what we mean when we have fiduciary funds so that there's more consistency among local governments. And GASB issued this pronouncement. It's been out for a little while, but for cities and counties and townships and libraries and villages and so forth, it goes into effect for the financial statements that are going to be filed for 2019. But they also issue something that's called an implementation guide, and that gives us answers to questions, helps clarify some of the things that they are looking at. And so there were a few things that we knew that GASB was looking at related to payroll. And so we didn't get those clarifications until June. So we worked to figure out what did we need to do, what needed to happen to UAN to get everything set up so that we could get the statements filed appropriately. And when we looked at the work that needed to be done, we kind of had to pick and choose what we were going to do to get things ready for 2019. So there's some things that we are going to be doing for 2019 and some things that are going to get pushed back to 2020. So we're kind of going to look at how these new fund type definitions, how these new fiduciary definitions will impact regulatory and ACBOA filers. Probably the most noticeable difference with 84 is we're going to change one of the names. We still have those pension trust funds and OPEB trust funds, which a lot of you are not going to have anything that falls into there. We will still have private purpose trust and investment trust, but one of the big changes is the term agency is going to be gone, and it's going to be replaced with custodial funds. And it would be nice if that were just a simple name change to go from agency to custodial, but we also have a new definition. So what has always been an agency may not fit into this new definition of custodial. So what we're going to do today is we're going to look at this definition, what meets this definition, and then we're going to look at some of the common funds that regulatory and ACBOA filers have had in the fiduciary category and see how GASB 84 impacts some of those more common funds. That's the impact to the fund types. We also have a new statement. For our ACBOA filers, you would have normally had a statement of net position for fiduciary funds that showed the assets and liabilities for what were agency funds. And we will still have that, but we will also have a statement of changes. So in effect, there will be an operating statement now for our ACBOA filers that addresses the new custodial funds. And our custodial funds haven't historically had net position, but there will be net position now for these custodial funds. So what we have looked at for our regulatory filers is we are reorganizing the operating statement for fiduciary funds. In the past, when you filed your regulatory statements, those fiduciary funds have been on the same statement with the proprietary funds. So with this change, we are going to pull the fiduciary funds out onto their separate statement. And in the past, we've shown receipts and disbursements. Now we're going to look at some additions and deductions. And we've added some new accounts into UAN to make this transition smoother for getting this new statement. And we are going to look at these new accounts that have been added in UAN. And like I said, with the GASB 84 for our any GAAP folks and our ACBOA, and when I say ACBOA, that is the GAAP lookalike. So the GASB pronouncement is effective for 2009 financial statements. So if you are preparing ACBOA, you will have to use these new definitions in your ACBOA statements. Now, for regulatory is defined by the Auditor of State. So we can tell you what should or shouldn't be in those regulatory statements. And with the timing involved of getting all the final information and getting updates made to UAN to accommodate that, for regulatory filers, you will start to use the new accounts and the new definitions for 2020. So your 2019 statements that you have to file will be done according to the old fiduciary fund definitions, and you will begin to follow the new definitions for 2020. ACBOA filers have to do it for 2019, and regulatory filers get to wait until 2020. So we'll start off here and we will look at what this definition involves. And what I tried to do when I put together this definition is to use more of a plain language definition. So it doesn't have, I tried to get rid of some of that, or tone down some of that formal speak. So if you're looking at something and trying to figure out what it is and you need some additional clarification, you can certainly look at that GASB 84 statement to get some of that information. There's also, GASB has issued an implementation guide that has, it's structured in a question and answer format that it can provide information. We are also in the process of putting together Auditor Estate Bulletin that addresses GASB 84. So there will be some additional resources that will be available to you. We are also going to, on our website, under our resources, there will be a frequently asked question. So there may be some, as people are doing this and questions come into us, we will have a place to post some of those questions and answers. But when you think about fiduciary funds, and historically, like I mentioned before, fiduciary funds hold money for individuals, other governments, or other organizations. So that's the framework that we have been working with our fiduciary funds. So GASB is taking that definition and making sure that we're just not, you don't know where to put something, so let's just put it out here as an agency fund. So now we have a definition as far as what should be put in those agency funds. And so you have to meet all three parts of the definition. The first part is probably the easiest, that the cash is held by the government. So this is something that you are holding. You're holding it in your bank accounts. It is being the cash is being held by your government. So the next part of the definition is it's talking about that it is not own source revenue, which examples of own source revenue are things like your own fees. So if you are charging a fee for water service or sewer service, those are your own fees. Or licenses and permits, building permits and those kinds of things. Those are fees that are established by your government that you are charging people to receive your service or to get a license or permit, those kinds of things. Those are your own fees. Investment earnings. So if you have money that's sitting in a bank account and you are earning that interest, that is your money, so it is your interest earnings, so it is your revenue. Income taxes, property taxes, those are things that are levied by the government, or maybe you've gone to your voters and your voters have approved those taxes and so forth. So those are your revenues. Grants. There are different grants that you can apply for. So you are applying for them in your name. So you went out there and you filled out an application with someone at a state government level, and then you are awarded that money. So the idea here is, first we looked at it's your money, meaning your cash is sitting in a bank account. So that qualifies you for a fiduciary fund. The next part you have to meet is that it is not your own source revenue. The idea being, if it's your revenue, if it's your tax, your fee, your grant, that should be in your governmental or your proprietary funds as appropriate. The exception to this would be sometimes you can get into grants that are what we call pass-through grants. And that means that you don't make any decisions related to that grant. You don't decide how it's spent. You aren't party to any of the application process. You don't have any monitoring responsibilities. In other words, you're not the one that's going to be held accountable for how those dollars are spent. There aren't a whole lot of grants that fit into this category. but there was a GASB pronouncement quite a while ago, because it goes all the way back to number 21, and we're on 84, so 21 makes it an old one, that talks about, I'm sorry, it's 24, GASB 24, that talks about if you receive money and you don't have any administrative involvement. And administrative involvement is where we talk about making those decisions. Sometimes when you get a grant, you're the one that decides how it's spent, even though they may give you, it's restricted to be spent for certain items, you still are making the decision as far as when that is spent and how that is spent. But sometimes you will get into a situation where the granting agency gives you dollars and says, you give that here. So there aren't a whole lot of grants out there that meet this exception, but since it was set up under GASB 24, it will be continue. And one of the things to keep in mind is, since this is an old GASB pronouncement, if you have a grant that meets this criteria under GASB 24 and is a pass-through grant, you probably are already accounting for it in a fiduciary fund. So we have our first part of the definition, that the cash is held by the government. Our second part of the definition is it's not your own source revenue. And our third part of the definition, and this is where we come into back to this idea of monies being held for an individual, another government, or another organization. This part of the definition also has three parts. So you just have to meet one of these parts of the definition. And the first part of the definition is more for our trust funds, meaning those private purpose trust funds, or if you have an investment trust fund. And what we're looking for here is you still have to meet the first two parts of the definition. You're holding the cash and it's not own source revenue. But if something is going to be reported as a private purpose trust, so if you have something on your books that's already a private purpose trust and you want to know, does it continue to be a private purpose trust fund under these new definitions, you need to look at, are we looking at something that is a trust or trust-like arrangement? Has a formal trust been established, or is there some other agreement that establishes this as a trust? So when you look for something like that, you think of somebody who is giving the money, somebody who's holding the money, and somebody who is receiving the benefit. So you might have an outside person set up money in a trust, and maybe the government itself is the trustee, and there is another party that is the beneficiary. So if the government is the beneficiary, so you have money that's sitting in a trust, but when the dollars are allocated, they are for the benefit of the government, then that doesn't meet our definition. We are looking for somebody that is the beneficiary, that is somebody other than the government itself. The second part of this definition is it provides benefits in accordance with benefit terms. So meaning in that agreement, it specifies how those dollars are to be used. So when the dollars are being given to a beneficiary, it's consistent with what has been established in that agreement. And the third part is that the dollars are legally protected from the creditors of the government. So you're looking for something that would have that language in the agreement. So you're looking for a trust or something like a trust that identifies these three parts. Now, in our old private purpose trust funds, we made the distinction between our permanent fund and our private purpose trust fund. You know, if it was a permanent fund, it was benefiting the government itself. If it was a private purpose trust, it was benefiting another party. That idea is still true, but we are also looking at this criteria in addition. So again, for our OCBOA filers, you will want to look at that for this year's financial statements. For our regulatory folks, you will want to be looking at your private purpose trust funds. This will be for your 2020 reporting. Now, just because you don't meet this part of the definition, it might not be a private purpose trust fund, but it's still possible it could be custodial, because we have in our part 3 to decide if something is fiduciary. This is just our first step. So if we don't meet this, we can go on into our other parts of the definition and see if it meets one of those criteria. So our first one was for the trust. Now our second one is if you're holding those items for the benefit of an individual. So if you are holding something that is for the benefit of an individual, we also have to go back and look and see if the government itself has what we call administrative involvement. And that's this idea where the government decides how the dollars are spent and doesn't have any of this, if they are held accountable for how they're spent. So in other words, if you're coming in and you're being audited and the auditors are looking to say, hey, you didn't spend this the way it should have been, usually when you're holding something for an individual, you have another party telling you how those dollars are to be spent. So if you think about when you're holding those dollars for an individual, if you are making any kind of decisions as far as how the dollars are being spent, that is something that should be evaluated for your administrative involvement. If you think, I'm going to make a parallel to something that counties have, they will sometimes have accounts for people who may be at a healthcare facility. And so they may have those outside accounts, and those residents are deciding how those dollars are being spent. That's an example of something that is being held for the benefit of an individual. And that individual is deciding how those dollars are to be spent. So that meets our definition. The last step is that the assets are for the benefit of organizations or other governments. So you might be holding money that you're going to send on to another government. If you think about, if any of you have a mayor's court, you are collecting that fine money, and there is some of that fine money that is part of a fine that's established by revised code and is to be sent on to the state. So when we look at the own source revenue, it's not your own source revenue if the fine is the state's fine. And then you are sending that on to that other government, so you're holding it for the benefit of that other government. So those are the components of our fiduciary definition. We had our cash. We looked at who's holding the cash. We looked at whether it's your own source revenue, and for it to be fiduciary, it cannot be your own source revenue. It has to be another party's revenue. And then we looked at our criteria for whether it can be a private purpose trust fund. Then if you're holding it for an individual, you can't have any administrative involvement. You can't be making any of those decisions about how the dollars are going to be spent, and you're not responsible for monitoring how those dollars are spent. And then you can also have monies that you are holding for the benefit of another government or another organization. So what are we looking at here for our GASB 84 definitions for the only change for our UAN regulatory filers for 2019 is that the statements that are generated through the UAN system will now, for 19, they'll use the term custodial instead of agency. But as far as any reclassifications of funds or anything like that, that will not need to happen until your 2020 statements. So when we look at this definition, you're probably like, wow, that seems kind of complicated. So what we've done is we've tried to come up with a simplified version of 84 for regulatory filers for 2020 reporting. Now, our ACBOA filers, they have to follow those GASB definitions that we went over, and they have to follow them for their 2019 reporting. Some of the ACBOA filers who have fiduciary funds, you will be eligible to get assistance from LGS. We have looked at the ACBOA filers for 2018, and we've looked at the ones who have fiduciary funds. So you may be hearing from someone from LGS to help you look at those fiduciary funds and figure out how you should be reporting what you have for your 2019 financial statements. And because of these new statements and some of the new reporting, we needed to add some new accounts. So those new accounts have been added in UAN Release 2020.1. So as soon as that is uploaded, you will be able to use those new accounts will be available in the system. So now we're going to look at some of the common fiduciary funds that regulatory and ACBOA folks have on their books. So we'll kind of look at those and look at what you will need to do with those. Most of you will have, or some of you will have, an unclaimed monies fund. And there was some guidance related to unclaimed monies funds that goes way back to GASB 21 that told us about unclaimed monies and that should be reported with the general fund. And under GASB 54, that was just a few years ago, and we looked at some of the funds back then, we allowed that unclaimed monies to be carried on the day-to-day books as fiduciary. But when you reported your financial statements, a lot of times it was combined with the general fund for reporting purposes. So what you have done in the past with your unclaimed monies fund will continue under GASB 84. GASB 84 does not make any changes to how you are reporting your unclaimed monies fund. You just continue with what you have done in the past. Mayor's Court Fund. Some of you may have a Mayor's Court Fund, and this is going to continue to be carried on your day-to-day books as fiduciary. What happens with a Mayor's Court Fund is there are a lot of those fines that are assessed, and when those dollars come in, they can be distributed to a number of different places. Some of them come to the local government itself. Some of those dollars go on to the state, and it's also possible maybe some of them are going to a neighboring government. So you have a few different pots of money. And remember, we talked about own source revenue, and that a fiduciary fund can't have own source revenue. And if you think about Mayor's Court, you kind of think about that there are a couple different pots of money. So there are money that comes in that ultimately goes to the local government itself, maybe to the general fund. So that's one pot of money. Then there may be another pot of money for what is sent on to the state. And so when you think about own source revenue, that pot of money that goes to your government, that is your own source revenue. But that pot of money that's going on to the state, that is not your own source revenue. So you have two pots sitting within one fund. So we know that that's helpful for your day-to-day administration of your funds and so forth, to have those dollars separated, well, within that fund like that. So that will continue. You will be able to continue to carry those monies on your day-to-day books as fiduciary. Regulatory filers, we are not going to make you split that. So I had talked about own source revenue, and that couldn't be fiduciary, but we also said we will do some simplified reporting for our regulatory folks. So as long as you are making regular distributions of those Mayor's Court monies, you're making that distribution every month, then that will be allowed to continue to be reported as a fiduciary fund on your regulatory statements. Now, if you're not making consistent distributions and monies are getting accumulated in there that shouldn't, then we may get into a different situation there. But as long as you are distributing those timely, you should be fine. Now, our OCBOA filers, we've talked about those two pots of money. OCBOA filers, you can't have own source revenue in the custodial fund. So meaning the dollars that are just distributed to the government's own fund can't be reported as fiduciary, and any balance in the Mayor's Court fund that's to be distributed to the government's own funds needs to be reported in those funds rather than in the custodial fund. So in other words, you're going to have to look at those two pots of money. So those distributions, they've gone to the other governments, to your other governmental funds, so those don't need to be reported in that custodial fund. But if you have any balance in that Mayor's Court fund that should be going to your governmental funds, that will have to be adjusted on those statements. And one of the things is we were trying to figure out what we were doing with UAN, dealing with this idea of two pots of money for GASB 84 purposes within one fund wasn't something we were able to accommodate by the end of the year for these Mayor's Court funds. So if you have that Mayor's Court fund, LGS is available to help provide assistance with how to account for that Mayor's Court fund. Again, if you're regulatory, we're going to allow you to just report that Mayor's Court fund as custodial, as an agency fund for 2019 or custodial, but you don't have to worry about splitting out that own source revenue. If you're regulatory, that whole Mayor's Court fund can be fiduciary. It's just if you are OCBOA and you have fiduciary funds, then LGS will be available to help you with that. So you can feel free at the end of this slideshow will be an 800 number where you can contact if you need assistance with that. But like I said, if you're regulatory, that can remain in fiduciary. The next type of fund we would be looking at is performance deposits. Sometimes when you deal with a contractor and they're building, maybe they're building a new fire station for you, or a new city hall or something like that, maybe you want them to provide a deposit that you're going to hold to make sure things are completed timely. There are also some of you that may be in oil and gas country, and when those oil and gas folks come in, they provide a deposit to handle any damage to the roads. So on your day-to-day books, a lot of times these have been carried as fiduciary. That can continue on your day-to-day books. And regulatory filers, you can continue to report these as custodial. So there isn't any change for regulatory filers for these performance deposits. However, our OCBOA filers, those deposits are viewed kind of like an own source revenue because they are associated with an exchange transaction of the government. So our OCBOA filers, these performance deposit funds are not going to be considered fiduciary. Our regulatory filers, we're going to let you continue to report those as fiduciary. So your OCBOA users, if you have a performance deposit fund, you should be able to map that fund to where that transaction that it's associated with is reported. So if you have a deposit related to building a building, then the deposit can be reported with that fund where that construction is taking place. Fire trust funds. Fire trust funds are very similar to the performance deposit funds. Some of you have established that if a house or a building is damaged by fire, that the insurance money comes in and is held by the government until such time as the repairs are made to that building. And once the government decides that those repairs are satisfactory, the money is released. If the repairs are not made within a set amount of time, maybe the government steps in and they make the repairs. So the regulatory filers, again, you can continue to report this as custodial. Those fire trust funds can be reported as custodial on your day-to-day books. But this is another one where our OCBOA filers can't report the fire trust fund as custodial, the same kind of thing as with our performance deposits. This is something where you are making decisions related to that. You're deciding when those repairs have been remediated, when those repairs have been satisfactorily completed, or when you are going to step in and make the repairs yourselves. So again, our regulatory filers, we're going to let you do this simplified approach. We're going to let you continue to report those as custodial, but our OCBOA filers should be able to map the fire trust fund to a special revenue fund for reporting purposes. Payroll withholdings. Payroll withholdings, that's if any of the employee, we're just talking about employee withholdings. And sometimes people will carry, when you do a payroll, there are some places that will hold those employee withholdings in a separate bank account or even in a separate fund. That isn't something that UAN payroll software users have. So if you are using UAN payroll software, you're not going to have this type of a fund. So this probably won't apply to you. But if you happen to have some type of fund where you have payroll withholdings, if you are a regulatory filer, you can continue to carry that as custodial. There isn't any issue with that. But our OCBOA filers, if you have a fund that has employee payroll withholdings in that fund, then the government is holding those for its own benefit. So the idea here is once you have withheld like those federal withholdings, at the point they are withheld, it is now the government that is obligated to forward those on to the federal government. So those amounts that would be sitting there would be reported in the government's own funds. Again, if you are using UAN payroll software, you're not going to be getting into that situation. But if you are an OCBOA filer and you have one of these payroll withholding funds and you need assistance with that, LGS is going to be available to help you with that. Sometimes you will serve as fiscal agent, meaning there is some outside organization or government, a small council of governments or something that you are serving as fiscal agent for this legally separate organization. And those are going to continue to be classified as custodial funds, whether it's your day-to-day books, whether it's regulatory reporting, whether it's OCBOA reporting. Those things are going to remain as custodial funds. If you have own source revenue, now we've given some examples in some of the previous slides with the idea of like the fire trust money and the performance deposits, where we've said, okay, you regulatory filers, you don't need to worry about that. You can continue to carry that as a custodial fund. But if you have some other own source revenue that is out there in a fiduciary fund, you'll need to take a look at that and see what we need to do with that, where that own source revenue would be better reported. So you'll need to take a look to see if you have any of those own source revenues that might need reclassified to another fund. Private purpose trust funds. We talked about this a little bit. We talked about that definition when we were back on slide 5. So you'll need to look at your private purpose trust funds and make sure that they are meeting that definition that we looked at before, where you have that trust or trust-like arrangement, that it's protected from the creditors, that it's the government itself is not the beneficiary, and so forth. So if you have had a fund in the past that was a private purpose trust fund that doesn't meet the definition, you can still look and see if it qualifies for fiduciary reporting, and you will want to classify that fund, reclassify that fund on your day-to-day books for regulatory for OCBOA. Next, we're going to look at the new accounts that have been set up. So when you load the new release, there will be some new receipt codes. And what this will do is this will allow us to track things for the new statements. We talked about that you would have additions and deductions instead of receipts and disbursements. So on the receipt side, you have the accounts that you used to have. These are just accounts that are in addition. So you can have things for the unclaimed monies received. You can identify amounts held for employees, deposits received, amounts received as fiscal agent, and other amounts that are collected for distribution. And here are, if you go and look at the chart of accounts, it gives you an idea as to where these new receipt codes are found. So they will be identified in the new chart of accounts, and those are the code numbers that are associated with these new accounts, so you can go and look those up. We also have program codes, new program codes. So if you have a fiduciary fund, you will be using these as your program codes. So on the receipt side, they were new codes in addition to what you already had. On the expenditure side, you have these new program codes. So these, you will be limited to these. And one of the things that you'll notice in here, we have the distributions as fiscal agent. We have distributions to other governments. We have distributions to other funds, primary government. So on some of the items, like the mayor's court, we said, okay, you can continue. We talked about the own source revenue. We talked about the monies that are going to be coming back to your governmental funds. We have this new statement, and we looked at the definition, and we know that that doesn't really meet the 84 definition, but we're going to let you continue to report those mayor's court monies that are coming to your government as fiduciary. And part of what we did here when we decided to go ahead and do that is that's why we've added this distributions to other funds. So when somebody looks at that statement, they can see, okay, yes, that much of it is running through this new custodial fund, but it's going to the primary government, meaning your governmental or your proprietary funds. We have the distributions for unclaimed monies, distributions of deposits, those performance deposits or those fire trust monies that were returned, distributions on behalf of employees, and other distributions. So those will be your new account codes that you will see that you will be able to go ahead and use. The new statement for our regulatory folks that you will start using in 2020 will show these additions and then these distributions so that you will see those new categories on those statements. The regulatory filers will, for regulatory filers, like I said, your 2019 will be the same as it has been in the past. The 2019 for OCBOA, you will be generating this addition and deduction statement for your 2019 OCBOA statement. So some of those accounts, some of them will populate nicely, but some of them, as I mentioned, as I was going through, you may need to get some assistance with LGS to address some of those items. So that was, and here again we have the codes. So you can, if you want to see the definitions or use these new account codes, those are the codes, the code range where these have been added. So are there any questions? Okay, we have a couple of questions. Will they be emailing a new guide manual for regulatory filers so we can change any funds if we need to for 2020, or will the current funds not change? What we will be doing as far as providing new information is there will be a new, the chart of accounts is out there, and a lot of the funds that are on the chart of accounts, we don't have a whole lot of definitions in there. So a lot of the funds are using like other agency or something like that. So you may need to go in and look at what is in your fund, and you may need to evaluate whether you need to move that to a special revenue fund or where you would need to move that to. There will also be the Auditor Estate Bulletin that is coming out. If you need any specific questions, the next slide will have our 800 number that you can use. You can give us a call and we can provide some help with that. Our next question is cemetery trust for upkeep of gravesite. What would that be? That's a good question with the cemetery trust funds. Some of that is going to depend on if you have any of those types of agreements. We will also be looking at some of the code sections. There are different code sections for townships versus villages related to when they're just established by statute and there isn't anything additional. We are taking a look at that. So when our bulletin comes out, there will be a reference to some frequently asked questions, and we will be looking at how we're going to view those that are set up according to statute. So I don't have an answer for that today, but there will be one coming with our frequently asked questions. Okay, the next slide will have the phone number. It has you can give us a call. Our 800 number for LGS is 1-800-345-2519. So that will get you into LGS if you have any entity-specific questions you would like to ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That was very informative. We're going to be changing the slides again, so just give us a moment and we'll get us right on to the next section. We are running about a half an hour early, which is always good news. They're going to go ahead and mute the mic so I can get these slides in order. We're ready to go forward. This is Trina Martin, and I'm starting us off for the year-end best practices. Like I said, we're running about a half an hour early, so this is good. We plan to break at 10 o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and start that section half an hour early, and we'll stop when we get to about 10 o'clock. All right, presenting this portion today will be Angela Mueller, Bob Walter, Trina Martin, and Tony Pranger, and we've got John at the control board. Thank you so much, John, for managing this webinar so very well. All right, so I want to let you know that the only handout we're using for today, and we're getting a lot of questions about that because in the past we had PowerPoint handouts. We're not doing PowerPoint handouts today. The best practices is the only handout we're going to use through the rest of the day. So if you went to our website and you printed the best practices and the year-end procedures, those documents are your year-end documents, but we only need the best practices for today. Another thing I want to mention is we've got several places that we're going to have questions about that subject. We want to isolate the questions to the subject that was just presented so that we can keep on track. There are 300 of you and only one of us. We cannot answer 16 or 17 questions at each point. So we may not read your question, and what that means is either we did not have time to answer that many questions, or your question was too entity specific and it would confuse the other 300 people. So we can't do that. We can't confuse 300 people to answer one entity specific question, but your question is important. So we want you to be sure, and if you didn't get your question answered, either email it to the UAN support or give us a call on the support line after the webinar later this week. So let's go ahead and begin. Our theme for this year is smooth sailing through this year end. So I think that sounds pretty good to everybody. You want to sail smoothly through year end, but how do you do that? Well, first of all, the fiscal officer has got to be ready to report for duty. Really important that you have come into December really well prepared for year end. Now, how's that possible? Well, take a look at these folks. Their ship is sinking. They are not ready for December, even though it comes at the same time every year. I know that sounds odd, but we do have some folks unprepared. And one of our visiting clerks that is kept really busy going out and helping people that are in sinking ships like this asked me to mention that y'all shouldn't be coming into year end with a bunch of unidentified errors being carried on your bank reconciliation. So a lot of you are saying, what? Why would somebody do that? Well, you're right. Why would somebody do that? So we're not going to point fingers. We're just going to say that if you have unidentified errors going back from February, May, one in June, and you don't know what these mistakes are, it is time to find and fix them. You shouldn't be bringing little errors from this year into next year. It will only increase your audit costs. If you are making an auditor look for these things. And sometimes they are simply not worth the time because they're so small. They don't disappear. So we want you to find and fix. You got to go back to the month where the mistake started, find what was cleared for the wrong amount, and correct it. Now, we do have some videos on our website under uanlink.ohioauditor.gov. Select training, and then under accounting or payroll, we have a section on housekeeping videos. Housekeeping means I need to clean up a mistake. So we've got single subject videos. If I posted a receipt for the wrong amount, shows you a video, short video, single subject, how to fix it. Of course, you can always call the support line and we can tell you, but you need to identify the mistakes and then we can tell you how to fix it. But you want to get these corrected before you roll over to the new year, and December is not a good time to fix all the year's mistakes. Never a good idea. Now this ship is ready to sail, so let's take her out on the open water. Now that picture assumes we need to see where we're going. We need a map. So what have we provided for your map to year end? Well, you want to use the year-end procedures. These are the complete and detailed instructions for every step of closing the year. And everybody doesn't do everything in the year-end procedures. You choose which one applies to you, such as are you going to file OCBOA or are you going to file regulatory? If you're a regulatory filer, you can cross out the OCBOA sections. They don't apply to you. And vice versa. If you're filing OCBOA, cross off regulatory. So the year-end procedures is your detailed instructions for each step. We've also provided the year-end best practices. We had for years people asking for an order to do the year-end procedures. What order should I do things in? Because if you do them in the wrong order, you have to go back again and repeat steps. So we came up with the year-end best practices. That is your short list, order to follow. It does not contain the detailed instructions for each step. It is simply your checklist of the order to proceed. Now, today we are following the year-end best practices, but we're not telling you only use the year-end best practices. So if you get to a step in the year-end best practices and you don't know what to do with that step, remember then you refer to your year-end procedures, the full and complete instructions, look at the table of contents, find the item, go to that page, and read the complete instructions. So we provided those two things. In addition, on the best practices, you'll see star symbols. That star symbol indicates that there's advanced work that needs to be done. So either your board is going to have to adopt something before you can put it in the software, or you have to gather information such as revenue budgets, your debt schedule information. The starred items are things that you can get to work on now, gathering that information you're going to need later. All right, our next presenter is Tony Pranger, and we're going to be switching the mics. Give us just a second to switch seats.
Ahoy, all you fiscal officers out there. It's Tony Pranger, and I'm here to talk to you about appropriations is the first thing we're going to talk about. Temporary appropriations. Don't be stranded without your temporary appropriations. Get those together now. Your governing board should adopt 2020 temporary appropriations by December 31st, 2019 in order to authorize encumbrances and expenditures on and after January 1st, 2020. Temporary appropriations should include all expenses you may incur throughout the first quarter of the year. Believe it or not, Ohio Revised Code 5705.38 requires that your entity uses temporary appropriations. To input temporary appropriations, you must have access to the year 2020. So in our next step is to complete the 2020.1 install. This will allow you to enter temp mode and log into the year 2020 and enter your 2020 temporary appropriations. The 2020.1 update is going to be mailed later this week. All the clients will have this update and be able to go forward. Only if you have a working DVD drive. So you must have a working DVD drive. Last year's FAQs were right in the instructions, so use your instructions when installing. The two most frequent calls about last year's install were, What is the password? Well, fiscal officer is the password, and that's with a capital F and a capital O and no spaces between the two words. This is the password that you will need for this installation. The number 2 question that we've had most often is, what do I do if the install disk does not start automatically? The instructions say to go to File Explorer, but we had a lot of clients that did not know how to access File Explorer. So I'm going to show you how it's done. On the taskbar, click the search icon. This will open up the search window for you to type in File Explorer. When the File Explorer app appears, select it and click. This will bring up the option to click on this PC. When you click on this PC, the DVD drive should appear in the list to the right. Now you can double-click on the DVD drive icon and follow the instructions provided with your update to continue from there with the install. While you are completing the install, a notice will come up regarding supplemental federal and state tax withholdings. Print and close this form. The employees affected by this issue will be on the notice. Be prepared to edit those employees in the new year utilizing the payroll steps outlined on the notice. When you go to log into UAN, after you have installed 2020.1, you will notice that we have an enhancement to our login screen. In the slide, you can see the eye in the password box. When you click on the eye, you will be able to see what you have typed for the password instead of black dots. This should help our clients to make sure that they have entered their password correctly. Contrary to popular belief, completing installation of 2020.1 does not automatically open up temp mode. To open temp mode, go to General, Maintenance, Year End, and open Temporary Mode. Renaming a withholding is only possible when opening temp mode. You cannot change existing withholding names at any other time throughout or during the year. Using the revised name column to make changes, or if names do not need change, click Save. This message will open, announcing UAN is in temporary mode. Read the slide regarding UAN now in temporary mode and click OK, and then UAN will close. While in temp mode, when you bring up the login screen for UAN, you will have the option to choose between 2019 and 2020. We're going to follow the best practices and log in the year 2020. Add any new items you need for the new year. As Suzanne discussed earlier, because of the changes in GASB 84, the fiduciary fund types will require new appropriation accounts and revenue accounts. If you need to add new items, see the path to add each one on page 2 of your year-end best practices. Other than the GASB 84 changes, items that may need added in the new year are new funds, revenue accounts, appropriation accounts. The next set of slides will provide an example on adding appropriation accounts because of the changes for GASB 84. To add an appropriation account, you're going to go to Accounting, Maintenance, Appropriation Accounts. Click on the Add button. Please note, when in temp mode, appropriation accounts will be added into 2019 and 2020. Select the fund, then select the new program code. This drop-down list is a sample of the new programs created because of GASB 84. The object codes will most likely be the same that you were using before. Save the new account. Next on the best practices list under Add New Items is adding a new vendor payee. Many of you won't have new vendors January 1st. If you do, go to General, Maintenance, Vendor Payees, and add the new vendor. This brings us to adding revenue budgets onto year-end best practices. Remember, the star symbol indicates that early action can be taken to gather information. Prepare or organize data before you have reached that step in the checklist. Revenue budgets are one of those early items. To prepare yourself to add in revenue budgets, look at the official certificate your accounting auditor sent you. The taxes and other sources columns are what the county certified for you to use as the total revenue budgets in the new year. Then utilize the 2020 budget financial worksheet you created earlier in 2019. To bring up this worksheet, go to Budget, Transactions, Financial Worksheets, select the budget, and click Print. On the print form, select the account codes option. Compare your 2020 revenue by fund to the taxes and other sources columns on the official certificate certified by the county. If they certified your revenue amounts, those are what you're going to use. If they did not certify your revenue amounts, you need to adjust your figures to match their certification. If you did not use our budget software, we have no idea how you came up with your revenue estimates by accounts. Hopefully you took notes. To add revenue budgets, you're going to go to Accounting, Maintenance, Revenue Budgets. Click on the Add button. This message means you should select a fund, enter all the revenue budgets for that fund, enter, then save, going to the next fund. Click OK. This is the add form. Begin by selecting a fund from the drop-down list. The revenue accounts for the fund are listed. Enter all the revenue budgets by account. Enter an effective date. The effective date we're going to use is January 1st, 2020. These are the estimated revenues for the entire year starting January 1st. Save that fund, then repeat for each fund. When we have completed all the entries, you should compare your budget entries to the taxes and other sources column on the official certificate to be sure you have entered the correct amounts. If you look at your best practices, the next item is to print your revenue status. Verify you have entered the correct amounts. Do you have any questions about revenue budgets? All right, looks like we don't have any questions so far, so we're going to move on to the next area, which is temporary appropriations. That brings us to the next box on the year-end best practices. Add appropriation budgets. Temporary appropriations are not automatically added to UAN when you open temp mode. So we're going to go to Accounting, Maintenance, Appropriation Budgets. Your temporary appropriations should be the amount you need to encumber or spend through March 31st, 2020. Click Add and select Temporary Appropriations. The once per fund message just means select the fund, enter all appropriations for the legislation from the legislation for the fund. Then enter the effective date and save before you select the next fund. This is the Add Temporary Appropriations budget form. Select a fund from the drop-down list. Our example is the gasoline tax fund. All the appropriation accounts are listed. Enter the temporary appropriations adopted by the board. Check your account entries and the total. When the temporary appropriations are adopted in December, like our example, the effective date is January 1st. Save the fund and repeat until all temporary appropriations are entered. When entering your temporary appropriations, you should not see compliance violations. If you are following the official certificate limits and the best practices order, you do receive compliance violations, do not ignore them. You must figure out what the problem is and resolve it immediately. All right, do we have any questions regarding temporary appropriations? Okay, so we haven't seen any questions about temporary appropriations or our revenue budgets. Moving forward, oh, we do have a question coming through. Do they have to match the certified of estimated certification, excuse me. All right, so do the temporary appropriations have to match the certified estimated certification of 2020 or the carryover balance? They have to be equal to or less than the what you were certified for. If your board passes permanent appropriations before the end of the year, do you need to use temporary? You have to enter what the board adopts. So if the board adopts what actually is the permanent, then that's what you enter. Okay, so that's all the questions that we have for temporary appropriations. So we're going to move forward to our next slide, and this is regarding purchase orders. Okay, so the next step on our best practices is to add new purchase orders. We're going to go to Accounting, Transactions, Purchase Orders. At our last meeting, we discussed the purchase orders that the board would like to have ready for the new year. I have a list of purchase orders the board wants in place, and we already have a BC policy that outlines exactly which BCs are authorized. You can add them one at a time the old-fashioned way, or we have that wonderful option to duplicate purchase orders. Look at them before you decide to duplicate them, and always review the batch items for accuracy before posting. This is the duplicate purchase order form. I'm ready to duplicate blanket certificates and have already made my selections. But let me review what I selected. I selected the type I want to duplicate, the blanket certificate regular. The default is to show me both open and closed blanket certificates from the prior year. The list showed all the blanket certificate regulars I used last year, and I selected the ones from the first quarter to duplicate for 2020. If your blanket certificate policy or account codes change, you may need to look further down the list for that item that you want to duplicate. The issue date and certified date is January 1st, 2020. The expiration date is March 31st according to our policy. Once you make your selection, click OK. New blanket certificates are added to the 2020 purchase order batch. Review them carefully in the batch list. Make sure they are accurate for the new year before you click Post and Print and then duplicate the next purchase order type. All right, do we have any questions for the new year and the purchase orders that you're putting into UAN? All right, we have a question. So, can you pull prior blankets over and edit the amounts? Yes, you can duplicate the BC and use the same amounts that you did before or edit those amounts. Okay, so we have another question.
Our example was hourly has a quarterly policy, so we had an expiration date of 3/31.
Right. So the blanket certificates that had expired with a date of March 31st, 2019, not 2020. So our policy was that we set up new blanket certificates that expire March 31st, 2020.
Oh, is she saying her example? All the specific questions. There's too many. Yeah. Same thing. So there's
So a lot of our questions are duplicate questions today regarding purchase orders. If you have specific questions to your entity, call the UAN support line and we'll be more than happy to help you there.
Ahoy everyone, this is Bob Walter. There's been a mutiny on the good ship UAN and Tony's been relegated to swab the deck, I guess. Anyways, we're going to continue on with our demonstration. If you have your best practices out, then go ahead and turn to page 2, New Year Payroll Procedures. I'll carry you through that. Okay, just a moment, please. New Year Payroll, again, on page 2 at the bottom. It goes to page 3. Just like with accounting, while the calendar date may be in December 2019, you can update payroll for 2020. The future is today. Well, that's really cheesy. All I can say is get used to it. That's kind of my motor operation around here. But it's to make a point. My point here is that temporary mode is great, and I'm going to show you several reasons why it's great for entering in New Year payroll in December. But first, a reminder that if you sign out of the software when you're in temporary mode, the work here always returns to 2019, regardless of when the calendar date is while you're in temporary mode. So to work in 2020, you'll need to make sure you sign in each time to 2020 simply by clicking that button before you put in your username and password. The first subject we're going to go over is adding new earnings or leaves. So you're going to go to Payroll, Maintenance, and Earnings and Leaves, and then we'll click on the Add button if we were to add a new earning to the main list. What do I mean by the main list? That is the list of earnings and leaves that don't necessarily apply to any employee right away. It's just your master or full list of earnings or leaves that could be assigned to any or all employees. And so that has to be added first when you have a new earning or leave that you haven't had before. And then a second step would be to assign that particular earning or leave to an employee or several employees individually. Well, I got to say, this is not really a common New Year activity. And so I'm inclined for the purposes of this demo to just scrap that for now. What would be better is to go over the New Year withholdings, and that's the next item on the list. Adding new withholdings is also a two-step process. First, you add the new withholding to the withholding main list. When you click on that, then it'll open up your main list of withholdings, and you click on the Add button. And there we have the Add Withholding form. It's a simple form to fill out. You simply type in the name of the new withholding and then the processing group. Hey, what exactly is that processing group? Well, there are 5 processing groups, and we get them directly from Uncle Sam for the purpose of making sure your W-2 and other reports, tax-related reports, are completed properly, and that your employees get the proper tax benefits on their wages or not get the tax benefits on the wages depending on the situation. So again, these are from the IRS and incorporated into the software, and it's really important that you pick the right one for your withholding. 3 of them are very obvious, and so if you take a look at, we have deferred compensation, that is always going to be for a deferred compensation retirement plan. Local tax will be for your city, school, city, township, village, local taxes, and then school district tax, well, that's a school tax. So pretty straightforward there. They'll handle those items correctly if you choose those. Miscellaneous withholdings are exactly for that. Something like union dues or a garnishment or child support, or maybe an insurance premium that does not have any tax benefit. What you really have to be careful for is choosing between, say for an insurance premium, a cafeteria plan or miscellaneous. Again, miscellaneous is fully taxable if you deduct it, if it's that type. Your cafe plan, though, has very specific requirements. 2 requirements. One, that the plan that you have qualifies by the IRS as a 125 cafe plan. It has to have that, and it has to be that, and your board or council must adopt that plan. If it doesn't meet those 2 criteria, you could have real problems down the line. So be careful with the process group. All right, in our example today for Buckeye Township, we're adding deferred compensation. And so we filled out the name, deferred compensation, the process group, and then the payee, Ohio Public Employees Deferred Comp. Well, wait a minute. Like this guy, you might be saying, isn't a withholding enough? I mean, we're in the add withholding form. Well, withholdings need payees. And so, yep, that's right. Every withholding needs a payee pal. And how do you get your payee pal? Well, you add the payee to the vendor list first under General Maintenance, Vendor Payees, clicking the Add button. Now, we've already done that for our deferred compensation, but it's important here because you cannot add a withholding without having the vendor first, the payee first. And of course, this only applies if you haven't paid that vendor in the past through accounting or for some other reason. So now that we've got that added, well, our buddies can celebrate. Let's give them a round of applause. I told you the cheese was coming. Withholdings and payees, best friends forever. What am I trying to illustrate here so you'll remember? Well, the withholdings and payees are linked in the withholding. Just make sure you remember that, and things will go much smoother. Get the payee first. Well, that takes care of step 1, add the new withholding to the main list. Step number 2 is to edit each employee to add the new withholding. Now in our situation, it's only 1 employee that is getting deferred compensation. And that's going to be under Payroll Maintenance Employees. So we'll just pull that right over. And we'll mark our employee and click Edit and then the Advance button below that. And that opens up the Edit Employee for Robert Bild, our employee that's getting deferred comp. And we click on the Withholding tab so that we can click on the Add button and add this withholding to his custom withholding list when he gets paid. Well, I want you to focus on the left-hand side here. We've added deferred compensation in the add screen for him, and we put in the amount. And here's where a lot of fiscal officers, seasoned fiscal officers and new fiscal officers go wrong. Unfortunately, it's just easy to forget this part. When you click on Save, if you don't do anything else, it's going to give you a nasty message, but often folks say, that's just a routine message. I'll click past that. And on payroll day, it's curious that deferred comp won't get withheld. And the problem is the message, what it's trying to tell you here, is that you always have to click on this Earning tab in the same screen and check mark the earning that you want the withholding to be withheld from. Well, that about covers that subject. The next subject is updating withholding rates. And that starts at the bottom of page 2 and will continue on to page 3 of your best practices if you're following along. This is about a rate or an amount change effective in January. The most typical example would be tax rate changes, and that's what we'll do today. We have a Buckeye Village income tax that many of our employees pay into, and the rate was 1% in 2019, but there was a vote to have that rate increased, and the increase to 1.5% takes effect in January 2020. So how do we get that in here? And when can we? Well, that's where temporary mode comes in really handy for payroll. Temporary mode enables the rate changes for 2020 even when your calendar date is in December 2019. And not only that, the calendar, we're in mid-December right now. If our Buckeye Township has a final payroll, it doesn't matter. We don't have to wait for that final payroll that's posted in December with the old withholding rate. As time permits, we can add and update the rate for effective 2020 in temporary mode and still pay our paycheck at the end of the month to our employees and have the old rate withheld. Temporary mode is really useful for this. It's a two-step process. Update the withholding list to the new rate and update each withholding assigned to the employees. Now, we've got a shortcut for step 2 we'll get to. I failed to mention there, but step 1 is easy enough. You go to payroll maintenance withholdings, click your withholding, mark it, and click edit. That's going to open up your edit withholding form. And at the rate area here, it's at the old rate right now. We're going to type in the new rate to 1.5% in temporary mode, and we'll save that. And that brings us to step 2, which is a shortcut, the withholding editor. That's under payroll maintenance withholding editor. This will save us a lot of time because if we have 10, 20, 50 employees, updating the rate for each employee under the employee screen would be a lot of steps for each individual one. Here we can do it in one sweep. So we'll click on withholding editor. That opens up a form where we can select the withholding, and that will list all of our employees that have this Buckeye Village income tax set at the old rate of 1%. So we'll select all of them, and in the change to section we've changed that rate to 1.5%. When we click save, voila, it updates to 1.5%. So that's easy enough. So let's pull back the curtains here and take a look at another great shortcut, the Skip Calendar Editor. This updates withholdings that you must skip on certain paychecks in 2020. So I want to qualify this first. This only works for employee withholdings that have a skip option already active. That setup is not going to be part of my demonstration today, simply because time won't permit it. But if you have never done that before and you'd like to, you can check out the resources on our website. You can give UAN support a call, and it would be easy for us to walk you through a setup of one employee to get you started on that. The purpose of this demonstration, is to show you a shortcut. Every year, the date that you skip is going to be different, of course, because the calendar's new. And so this needs to be updated on an annual basis. And we recommend that you first lay out your 2020 pay schedule on a spreadsheet or Word document so that you can do this accurately and have a good idea of where you're going. So at Buckeye Township, we have a bi-weekly pay schedule. And as you can see, what we've done here is, and bi-weekly is 26 weeks a year of paychecks. And in our example, we have dental insurance that is withheld twice a month, so 24 times a year. So taking a look at the column headings, we have our pay periods, start and ending dates that correspond to our paycheck dates. And we've laid all that out so that we can easily see, and we put some highlights. If you look at the orange highlight there. The right column is our paycheck dates. And in May and in October, we have those 2 months where there are 3 paychecks for our biweekly folks. And so we've made a note to skip the 3rd paycheck, May 29th and October 30th. Now, there's a trick with the calendar tool in which you have to be careful with the dates you select to skip, and I'll point that out a little bit later. As a side note, take a look down here in red. Our fiscal officers made a note about December 25th, 2020. If we hadn't made this calendar, we might not have realized that our biweekly schedule hits Christmas Day, and our board is probably not excited about having a meeting to sign checks on Christmas Day. So we'll make a note to for them to approve an alternate date later on. So there are other reasons to make up a calendar for this. These are just 2 useful examples. We suggest that you do that. All right, so let's take a look at this skip calendar tool. Now this is a little bit different. We're doing something a little bit different here. I pre-recorded a video, some very short videos to demonstrate the skip calendar editor. So it's under Payroll Maintenance Skip Calendar Editor, and you can see it opens up a list of skip calendars. The deduct from every pay period is a default one, and then I've got a customized one. That was not automatic. Here at Buckeye Township, we added that years ago. So if you were to have more than just the default, then you would need to add that like we did, and we suggest you name it something very specific and descriptive like biweekly skip 3rd pay period. So that's what we did. And in our next short video slide, we're going to show you how to edit that. So I've got it marked, and you simply click on the edit button so we can see what it looks like. It's just a calendar, right? You'll see that, and since we're in work year 2020, it lists all the months. Now remember, in the schedule that we made up, May 29th was one of our 3rd paycheck dates of the month, and the calendar here directions say select any date within each pay period that the withholding should skip. So we wouldn't want to select May 29th because that's actually part of a paycheck's pay period in June, and that would be skipped incorrectly. So we're going to select May 15th to skip the pay in the pay period to skip the May 29th date, and that'll be true for January as well. So this video will demonstrate selecting that, see how it's highlighted in yellow. And then October, our last pay period, or pay period corresponding to the 3rd paycheck is October 16th for October 30th. When we save it, it gives us a nice little confirmation message in the corner, but that will not update any particular employees or withholdings. So we'll have to do that in another way. Well, when you close the form, it's going to tell you how to do that. It says to click the Apply button to apply this to the withholdings for your employees. So we'll mark the biweekly 3rd pay period and click on the Apply button. First thing we have to do in the Apply screen is select the frequency, which of course is biweekly. And then we'll pick our dental insurance, which is our demo today. We also could do this for health and life in our township. We'll take a quick look at the skip calendar, make sure we got the right one. Looks good. And then we'll select all of our employees that have dental insurance and click on Save. In the next video, we click Save. And there you have it. So the Skip Calendar Editor is a great shortcut that you can take advantage of. Now on page 3, we're going to move on to our last demonstration. We'll just flip the page to Evaluating Leave, the New Year Leave Adjustments. We'll determine if, we need to determine, and you can do this throughout the year, but especially December and January, determine if and when to adjust your leave balances, if you have leave balances for your employees. Now your employees, let's say you have leave that employees get in January, like we do at like vacation leave, like we have at Buckeye Township. Your policies should state exactly when they get leave. You can't just assume that your employees can fly off on vacation January 1st and do whatever they want if they haven't got that benefit. What if your policies state that they can't get those 2 weeks or whatever it is until they get paid the first paycheck date? Maybe that's January 15th. So you want to be sure of your policies. So this little guy swimming might not actually be able to do that. So your policies, not UAN, we can't tell you what the policies are for these different benefits, dictate when they can take the leave, whatever type it is, and those should be in writing. If not, I suggest you bring that up to your board as something that needs to be addressed. And like I demonstrated, explained, the upcoming pay dates are going to have an impact on that, so it should be very specific. All right, so let's move on to some examples, and well, we'll send that guy on his way. He's not allowed to do that. All right, new year leave adjustments, some examples. But first, how do we get there? Payroll utilities, leave balance adjustments. And this is on page 3 if you lost track of the best practices. The first thing you'll get when you click that button is this important message. Supporting documentation should be retained for all leave balance adjustments. You got to be careful with this. This is like taking or giving away cash. Make sure your policies back it up. Once you're sure that your policies back it up, because the auditors will closely scrutinize this, then once you're sure of that, then you can click OK and move on with the utility. The utility is really nice, and it basically has 2 options. You can adjust by employee or adjust by leave. We'll start by adjusting by employee. So here we have a list of employees we could pick from. First, I want to point out when we adjust by employee, this is not as common to use at year end or year begin except for error correction. So the first 2 examples I'm going to give are mostly more common, I should say, throughout the year. So we'll pick our fire chief, Henry Hero, and he's got 4 leave benefits, 2 of which on the right-hand side, he has a balance for sick leave and vacation leave. Our first example, you can see under the adjustment column, I've entered in 120 hours, 3 weeks of vacation, and we're going to say on his hire date, the anniversary of his hire date, our policies state that he can get a lump sum amount of 3 weeks every year. So we would enter that in if that were the case. Well, what if Henry decides to retire or unfortunately gets terminated for whatever reason? The leave balance needs to be removed upon retirement or termination. You can see how I entered in a negative amount for each of those, and that would bring back down his balance to 0. Now, if you have a policy that allows for some leave benefits for the employee to cash out, receive cash instead of leave, when they retire or upon termination, you should be aware that this will, paying that check out to them will not reduce their balance to 0 automatically. You have to, in addition, enter this adjustment, and that's because of the variety of possibilities. So make sure you remember to enter that adjustment. Your auditors would not want to see a past employee with a remaining balance that it seems like you still owe to them. Our last example is what I mentioned, any kind of error that you don't discover until year end. Again, but if you're looking at your detail reports, your leave detail, you can discover these errors throughout the year and make adjustments as needed. Well, that's all we'll show you for adjusting by employee. Let's flip this around to the more common one, adjust by leave type. So to do that, you click on by leave, and we're going to pick, for our example, personal leave. That will list all of our employees that have personal leave. So it's a little different here. As you can see, that all of them have a 0 balance except poor Barry here. He still has a remaining balance of 8 hours. And the reason I say poor Barry is because unfortunately for him, our policy at Buckeye Township is we have a use it or lose it policy. If you don't use your personal leave by a certain date stated in our policy, then you will lose that benefit. And he wasn't paying attention to his hours, and so we're going to subtract out 8 hours so that he has a revised balance of 0. Now, for the purpose of audit, remember you need to back this up so that when they see this, they know why you've taken away this benefit. So we'll go ahead and enter in a meaningful purpose, there's our fiscal officer, in the purpose field and put in the effective date, in this case January 1st, of the loss. So 2019 unused personal leave loss per policy should be sufficient. And posting it will make it final. We can print some reports for that, our auditors for that. Okay, so now that all of our personal leave is set to 0, our policy also says that our employees get 3 days of a lump sum increase every year on January 1st. So it's very easy to type in those 24 hours right in a row for all of our employees when we save it, and then that'll update their balance to 24 hours. Again, we want to make sure we put in a effective date and a meaningful purpose into the adjustment field so that we have a paper trail for audit. Clicking on Post will wrap up the leave adjustments. We have time for 1 or 2 questions. Are there any out there, John? No. Okay, we'll take a look here. Okay, so we have a question. If a vacation is credited on the anniversary date, can it be entered at the beginning of the year with the anniversary date as the adjustment date? Doesn't sound like it. If your policies state that they should get the leave benefit on the anniversary date, let's say that's July 5th, then you should not do the adjustment at the beginning of the year. They'll get that benefit too early. So really, your policies dictate that, and so if your policies clearly state that they get 2 weeks, let's say, on their anniversary date, and that date is July 5th, then you need to do the leave adjustment around July and make it effective so that they don't have access to it until a paycheck that'll be relevant for one of their July paychecks. So I hope that helps. Checking with our folks here, see if there's any response or any questions. Okay, we have skip calendar question. Give me a moment to read it. Okay, our question is, on the skip calendar editor, should I skip the last day of the pay period? Should I skip the last day of the pay period or the actual pay date? Great question, and I may have moved through that too quick, but the answer is that you would mark the last, so if you have in our example, we had on May 29th, that was the payroll, the paycheck date, and our pay period for that payroll date of May 29th was, I believe, May 15th. There was a pay period ending date. So you would mark the pay period ending date on your skip calendar. And so when payroll came around for May 29th, it's going to look at the pay period date and say, hey, don't deduct that dental insurance or whatever it is. So that's a great question. It's by pay period date. Now I choose ending date. In actuality, it could be any date within that pay period date, or in our case, the 2-week range. All right, great questions. Anyone else? Okay, sounds good. That's all the questions we can take right now. So I will, we're going to pause here for a moment to switch presenters.
Hi, we're back with the steps to close fiscal year 2019. Everything we've done so far has been setting up 2020 for use. So once you've got 2020 set up and you're processing transactions over there and everything's going well, you're ready to go back to 2019 and start working on the steps to close the year. So some things you need to know is to start closing 2019, it must be January 1st or later. And we want you to know that you do not have to close the year in that first few days that it's open. There's no award for filing first, and it's more important to do year-end correctly than it is to do it quickly. The only deadline you do have is that 2019 must be closed before March 1st. So you've got 60 days to work in both years, processing your stuff for 2020 while still going back and working on closing things for 2019. All the items I'm going to step through, we're going to be logged into fiscal year 2019 to do. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to complete any 2019 transactions. And you're going to do this again, as I said, in work year 2019. You're not going to post anything in 2019 that you actually paid in calendar year 2020. So make sure you're using temporary mode to post items in the correct year. Remember to pay your December and fourth quarter withholdings. Something I would like to point out is you're going to pay your withholding payments on the same schedule you do throughout the year. Don't change things up just because it's year end. So let's say you pay your November state withholdings in December. So follow the same schedule. Your December state withholdings would get paid in January. We're going to talk about verifying your carryover withholdings. This is an important step because you want to make sure that the withholdings you are carrying over to the new year are actually ones that you plan to pay in the new year. The best report to use for this is under Payroll, Reports and Statements, Withholding Reports. And on that, you're going to pick the withholding summary. We are going to show you two ways to print this report. The first way is for all your regular withholdings. You're going to do the withholding summary report for the original post date, and when you make selections down in the grid, you are going to select all your withholdings except for OPERS and OP&F, and you're going to go ahead and print this report out. The next time you come into this report to print, we're going to do it for the state retirements. And the difference is you're going to do it for pay period end date and then select only the state retirement options from the grid and print that out. So now you have two reports to review. What are you looking for on these reports? You want to make sure that anything that is from the beginning part of the year is paid, or there's nothing to report in any of the columns prior to anything in the fourth quarter. You don't want to have stuff still hanging out there from March. If you have stuff on this report for March, you really need to figure out what it is. Does it need paid? Was it a mistake that I have to do corrections for and I should have called UAN for? You need to make these corrections, and you want to do this before December 31st, because once you pass December 31st, you won't be able to pay these in the old year, and you won't be able to make any wage adjustments or corrections if that's what's required to fix these withholdings that are still hanging out there. So if you have, it'd be a good idea to go ahead and run these reports now and see what's on it. Make sure that only current stuff that you are planning to pay in the next month are on that report. You shouldn't have stuff from the beginning of the year. All right, so carryover withholdings. Some things to know about carryover withholdings. Any withholdings that are unpaid and carried over as of December 31st are forever unpaid on the 2019 report. Why is this? Because they were unpaid in December. They were paid in 2020, so on your December report, they're still going to show as unpaid and carried over to the new year. So what happens in 2020? They will start out as unpaid prior year withholdings in the prior year column of this report. And then as you pay them, they will go away off this report and become paid. Please note that employee share uses carryover encumbrances and the employer share uses 2020 appropriations. So what this means is if you're carrying over something like federal, which has Medicare employer share, or OPERS or OP&F, which has an employer share, the amount you're carrying over for those employer shares will come out of your 2020 appropriations. So make sure you include that extra amount in your temporary appropriation resolution that you should be working on this month. The next slide we have is talking about clearing unpaid withholdings. This is not a go-to activity that should just happen to hide anything that's on this report that you don't think should be on this report. You withheld these withholdings from an employee, so you are required to report them and send them to the correct withholding agency. And if they don't need to be paid to the withholding agency, then it's pay that needs to be given back to the employee. So just coming in and starting clearing unpaid withholdings is not something that should be taken lightly. So what are the reasons we should do something like this? Well, we shouldn't do them if they're going to be paid in the new year. So we don't clear them then if we're going to pay them in the new year. We just simply carry them over. You're going to only clear withholdings that never need to be paid from payroll after December 31st, and they don't belong going back to a employee because maybe you paid them through the accounting side or something like that. So just if you're thinking you need to clear some unpaid withholdings, make sure you know the situation behind them and maybe call the UAN support line for some advice and some help on clearing withholdings. Okay, we're going to move on to talk about other things that can be carried over to the new year, and that is purchase orders and blanket certificates. Again, we are still working in work year 2019 because we're prepping to close the year at this point. So under accounting utilities purchase order utility, you can either close or adjust a PO balance. So let's take a look at that. We're going to recommend that you use these filters at the top of the purchase order utility screen because this grid can contain a lot of purchase orders. And this will make your life a little easier in narrowing down what you need to close. So under type, you can see that you can pick either a certain type or you can pick all. We're going to leave our selection all. On the next one, you can pick a status like open, expired, zero balance, closed. We're going to select zero balance for our demonstration here. And I mean, this is a no-brainer. Zero balance POs, you do not need to carry over into the new year. They do not have a balance that you could pay anything from. So as a first step in deciding what you're going to close for the new year, go ahead and just close all the zero balance ones and get those out of the way. That'll make your list shrink a little bit. Then you're going to come back through and keep going through this process to close other items that you're not carrying forward. And on this grid, you're going to click the Close Item button at the bottom to actually close these purchase orders. And you're going to need a close date and to click the OK button after you have input your close date. The other thing you can do is maybe I have a purchase order that I do need to carry over or a blanket certificate that I do need to carry over, but it has $5,000 left on it and I really only need to carry over $1,000. Well, you can reduce the amount you're carrying over to the new year by selecting the purchase order in your grid and clicking on the Adjust button at the bottom. When you come in, this is what your Adjust Purchase Order screen will look like. You need to go ahead and enter a purpose. You will need to enter an adjustment date. And you'll need to enter an adjustment amount this is the amount you do not want to carry over. Please remember that you may need to wait until you have final statements or invoices for the new year in before you decide what the adjustment amount should be. This is what temporary mode is for, everybody. You can get your statements, collect your statements through the end of January. Figure out which POs you're going to need to use and blanket certificates you're going to need to use, and then make adjustments and only carry over what you need. Also, if you've used the purchase order in the new year, once a payment is posted in the new year, you will have a reserved amount that you will not be able to reduce down below. So you'll only be able to reduce to this amount once you've made some payments in the new year against a specific purchase order. Okay, so we have moved right through this presentation and we're to a point where I'm going to ask if there's any questions for withholdings, carryover, and purchase order and blanket certificate carryovers. Okay, we have one question submitted, and it is, can I delete all and start over with new purchase orders? Then purchase orders have to be open at the time that the purchase is made. So if you order something at the end of December, say December 15th, you order some salt for the roads, and it's delivered, but you don't receive the invoice until January 31st, so you can't pay it until January. This salt order was placed on a purchase order for December, so that purchase order must be carried over to the new year, and your payment that you're making in January for the salt order for December must be against that December PO. So the answer to this question is, can I close them all at the end of the year and start over with new ones in the new year? The answer to that is really no, because by doing that, you did not have it certified the way it was supposed to be when you made your order. So you really should carry things over that you have not received the invoices for yet, so that they can be paid against the correct purchase order. Okay, the next question we have is, does 2019 carryover purchase orders take from your 2020 appropriations? Do I have to appropriate enough to cover that purchase order and what we intend to spend in 2020? The answer to that is no. When you carry over a 2019 purchase order, it's carrying over 2019 appropriations into the new year. It will reduce the amount you can appropriate for that fund overall, but you do not need to include it as part of your appropriation resolution. Okay, the next question we have is, can you change the expiration date of an existing PO to carry it over to the new year? Okay, let me explain how expiration dates of a PO really work. the short answer to that is no, you cannot change the expiration date, but for most cases you don't need to. If something was ordered in December before the PO expired, that PO can legally be used to pay for that item in January, even though the PO is expired, because the order and the order of the item was placed prior to the purchase order expiring. So you can pay against an expired purchase order as long as the item you're paying for was ordered when it wasn't expired. I hope that helps. Okay, any more questions? Okay, I have a question. If a payment has been entered into batch in 2020 but not yet paid, will it create a reserve for the PO? And the answer to that is yes. Once a payment is put in batch, even if it has not been posted, it will still reserve that amount on a purchase order, so you won't be able to adjust a down below that amount. But if you delete it from batch, then it will no longer be reserved. But if you post it, it will still be reserved also. So batch or posted, it's going to be reserved when you adjust your purchase orders. Okay, I think that is all the questions we can take right now. So we are going to move on. And the next thing we're going to talk about is verifying two important pieces of information. We are going to talk about verifying the things that are going to report on W-2s, and we're also going to talk about verifying the things that are going to print on your 1099 forms. You do not have to print these forms prior to closing the year, but it is much easier if the stuff that's going to automatically pull in and print on these items is correct before you close the year, because then you don't have to edit it in two places. So what are the items we need to verify? Well, let's start by, hold on, my slideshow's having some technical issues. Okay, there we go. We are going to verify the W-2, W-3 information first, and the first thing that has to be verified is all employee names, addresses, and social security numbers. I know when I was a fiscal officer, I had people, after I handed out my W-2s, come running in and telling me, I moved, or I got married back in August. So these are things that it would be nice to know prior to printing their W-2s. There is a report in the system that's Employee Information Report. You can print this report out and it would show every employee what you have in the system for their name, their address, and their social security number, and they could verify those prior to year end if you wanted to go that route. If somebody does give you some changes to make to these items, you are going to do that in payroll, maintenance, employees. You can select your employee, hit edit and advanced, and then it's just under the employee information tab. You're going to have their name, their address information, and then the place for their social security number. So if you have any of that needs to change, you can go ahead and make your changes. The next thing that prints automatically on your W-2s is any local or school tax withholding abbreviation. And this is found under Payroll, Maintenance, Withholdings tab. You can simply look in the grid itself. There's a column for the withholding W-2 ID. And for local taxes, it'll be some abbreviation of the local name, and for this school districts it's going to be a 4-digit number. If you see any of these that are incorrect, you can select them and click the edit button. And for a school district, you'll see right down there in the details tab, there's the district number, which is a 4-digit number. You can go ahead and update that if it needs updated. And then on a local tax, you're going to see the W-2 abbreviation also under the details tab, where you could update that to be what it needs to be. Next thing you need to verify is your entity federal and state tax ID and the entity address, because this will print on every form. That is found under General, Maintenance, Entity Setup. On the Entity Information tab, you're going to see your Ohio tax and federal tax ID, and then the entity contact information. And if you do make changes, make sure you save, and then you'll be able to close the form. Okay, the next thing we're going to start talking about is we're going to verify our vendor information for our 1099s. Okay, here's another place we're going to suggest that you use the filters because they will help you out. You definitely want to come in here and see if you have any that say they need a W-9. So you can select the yes under W-9 needed and see if any of your vendors have been marked that they need a W-9. If you've marked them this way, you need to make sure you get the W-9 if you've paid them any earnings this year, so that way you can print a 1099 easily when it comes time to print the 1099s and get them mailed out. You're going to select any of these and hit edit. If you do receive the 1099, you will switch your selection from W-9 needed to 1099 required. You'll enter your tax ID, and you'll want to make sure you edit the address if it differs. Now, you may need to add a second address, because sometimes the payments go one place and the 1099 should be mailed to another location. So make sure you review the address that you have on file, update it, or add a new one if necessary. And of course, save and close when you're done with editing any of this information. The next thing you want to do is you want to print out your W-2 report. The W-2 report is going to be an accumulation of how you've posted payroll for the entire year for everyone on your payroll. The report is found under Payroll, Reports and Statements, Tax Reports, Federal. Under here, you're going to select the W-2 report option. Then you will select All Employees and click the Print button. You're going to want to spend some time confirming the information on this report. You're going to want to compare them to your monthly or quarterly reports that you filed. So for like, you're going to want to compare the federal amounts to your federal Medicare and Social Security amounts on this report to the 941s you filed for the year. And another helpful hint is maybe go through and highlight any withholdings that would be box 12 or box 14 items that you're going to have to edit onto your W-2s. Okay, next you're going to want to review the 1099 and 96 report, which is going to show you what will print on those forms. That is found under General, Reports and Statement, Vendor Payee Reports. And then you're going to select the Vendor Payee 1099 and 1096 form. If you're doing a review on this one, you're going to want to go ahead and print the Social Security numbers and tax ID numbers. That is on the Options tab. We don't print that as a normal part of this report on a daily basis for security reasons. But if you're reviewing this for what's going to print on forms, you're going to want to make sure you select that option and then of course dispose of the report properly, because you don't want somebody's social security numbers or tax IDs just being in your trash can when you're done reviewing this report. Remember with 1099s and 1096s that you do not have to send them to people that didn't receive any payments. You only have to send them out for people that make over a certain threshold, that being $600 this year. So this is a reminder that in all throughout our system, you can click on the header of a grid, and when you do so, it will resort in order by that column that you selected. So that makes it easier just to select the ones that are over that $600 threshold and print the report on that. So once you've printed this report, you're just going to want to confirm that all the information you see on the report is correct and what you plan to put, and then what you would want to print on the 1099s when you're ready to do that later in this presentation. Okay, there's not a question slide here, but we are going to break for lunch after this. So I'm going to go ahead and take some questions, if there are any, on the W-2 report and 1099-96 report and the items that we verified to get ready to print W-2s and 1099s. Okay, do you have to wait until all the 2019 checks are issued or posted before doing the tax reports, before printing them and reviewing them? She's asking this because her pay period date ending December 28th will be paid January 10th. Okay, something that has a pay period date of December 28th but paid in January will not be on 2019 W-2s. They will be on 2020 W-2s because it was paid in 2020. The IRS does not care when it was earned. It cares when you gave them the paycheck. So the answer to her question, because she does have a crossover payroll where it was earned in 19 but paid in 20, is she will not have to wait until she pays that payment to go ahead and print this report. She just has to make sure that all her 2019 wages that will be paid before on or before December 31st are paid prior to reviewing this report and making sure the numbers look correct for 2019. Okay. The next question, would you change the W-2 address of an employee if this is a temporary address? Example, a college student wanting their W-2 sent to them at school rather than their home address. I'm not really sure what the IRS would say about this, because this is more of an IRS question. The software would let you change the address, but rather you should is something you really should look up in the IRS instructions. My gut feeling is you probably should not, but, or, okay. What? Okay, so yes, I would say definitely check with the IRS on the address question. Usually those go to their permanent address and not some temporary address, but definitely look that one up. Okay, should we hold off filing W-2s and 1099s until the end of the month in case there are errors? Yes, I would definitely suggest not rushing into doing your W-2s and your 1099s. Make sure that all paychecks have been handed out, all withholdings have been paid, and you've given people 2 or 3 days, 4 days, a week to come to you and mention anything that may be wrong with their last paycheck. Because you don't want to get into, I filed everything with the Social Security Administration, I've mailed off all my W-2s, and guess what? I have an employee that says something's wrong and I've got to make a change. So yes, you don't want to do your W-2s and your 1099s too soon. Don't get in a rush to do them. Okay, Trina just gave me a hint on the college address for the college student. She said that probably you could leave the W-2 address, the home address, but then don't use a window envelope and mail it to the address they want it mailed to, but then the legal address would be on the W-2 itself. Okay, I don't think we have any more questions, so we are going to go ahead. Okay, welcome back to the year-end update. We are going to continue with the next slide, which is going to go into actually printing, adding and printing your W-2s. Okay, so what should have I done if I think I'm ready to add and print W-2s? You should have verified the employee information, posted all wages that will be posted with a post date in 2019, reported and paid all December and fourth quarter taxes, and verified the amounts on the W-2 report. So our W-2s and W-3s, they can be added and edited from either work year. So if you want to do them before you close 2019, you can do that, or you can do it after you've closed 2019 and you're already in 2020. The one thing I will caution you with here is don't rush. You do have a deadline of January 31st that they have to be sent out by, but there's no reason to do them before you've paid your last payroll, because then you're just going to be doing them again when you figure out you've made a mistake. So don't rush. Make sure you're ready before you start this process. Okay, so adding W-2s and W-3s. You add them under payroll, reports and statements, external forms, then you'll see the W-2 and W-3 option down there. Please notice on this system message that you can print these on blank paper. There is no need to purchase W-2 and W-3 forms. In fact, there's no way to print on the W-2 and W-3 forms. You have to use blank paper. Kind of a side note, as a former fiscal officer, I like to purchase perforated paper to make separating them easier, so I didn't have to sit there and cut everything. I could just tear them apart at the perforations, and you can buy that at office supply stores if you're interested. You're going to want to make sure that the report year selected is 2019. And we're going to give this notice several times during this presentation because people forget to give each of your employees a notice. And it is required that they receive a notice each year. So make sure you print this notice and give one to each of your employees. You'll hear me say this throughout this slideshow because it's one of our biggest things that people forget to do. We're going to go ahead and click the Add button. And what will happen is an Add W-2 form will open up, and it will list all your employees one time each. You can either select all employees, or what makes more sense is just all your employees paid this year. So you're going to select Okay, the message that was on top there talks about the W-2s will not necessarily be gross wages. So the numbers, if you're expecting to see gross wages for all your employees in all the boxes of the W-2, that is not what you're going to see if you're using certain types of withholding. So let's take a look at that. The message that pops up if you click on the question mark is this message, and it tells you what kinds of things are not included will be excluded for those numbers that you will find in the different boxes. So federal box 1 will not include any fringe benefit, OPERS and OP&F, salary reductions, cafeteria plans, or deferred comp withholdings. Whereas the Medicare or Social Security base wage box or local income tax base wage box will only be reduced by cafeteria plans. So it is possible for your federal box to be different than your Medicare box base wages. This is not necessarily wrong based on the withholdings that you are using throughout the system. Please also note that the OPERS and OP&F amount reported on the W-2 will differ from the totals on your reports that you filed all year. The difference can be explained through one being on date the wages were posted, and the OPERS and OP&F report being on the pay period end date. They're reporting by different date frames, so therefore you can't expect them to always match 100%. Select all your employees and hit the Save button, and when you do that, they'll all be in edit mode. And you're only going to edit your W-2s if you're required to or if you have a good reason to. So what type of reasons would require edits on a W-2? Well, one would be if you converted to the UAN payroll in 2019 and you didn't post conversion wages. That's probably not very common, only for people that converted this year. The next would be errors in payroll posting that require manual edits. If you made a mistake in payroll, you should have called UAN, and we would walk most people through a wage adjustment if something could be posted to fix it. A lot of times if you've posted a wage adjustment, all things get fixed for reporting and you wouldn't be in need of manual edits. Manual edits are kind of the last resort. You will get told you have to do manual edits if you call us January 10th and tell us you've made a payroll error back in 2019. Because January 10th, we can't fix things that were prior year at that point because we can't backdate posting of fixes for the most part, especially in payroll. So make sure if you have any payroll errors that you are aware of, you call us in the next week or so and get those fixed so that you don't run into having to manually figure out how to edit your W-2s to fix these issues. If you are required to add any additional information in box 12 or box 14, those may require manual edits. And something else that commonly requires manual edits is any type of third-party sick pay. We're going to recommend that you read the IRS instructions for the W-2s before making any of these edits. UAN is not able to advise you on what edits are necessary and what kind of things you need to include on your W-2. So make sure you're reading through the instructions and understand what is supposed to be on them and what kind of edits you're going to need to make for your specific entity. If you do find that you need to edit, there are two ways to edit W-2s in UAN. The first way is to edit multiple W-2s at the same time. The reason to use this W-2 editor would be if you're trying to add something into box 12 or box 14 and you're trying to do it for multiple employees at the same time. This would be where you're going to make those types of edits, is under the W-2 editor. If you have a single employee that you've made a mistake on and you would like to just edit the single employee, you can select the employee from the grid and click on the Edit button. This is what the edit screen will look like for the single employee. You will need to, if you need to make changes wherever those changes are, you will need to click on the override dot there. Those are all circled in red, and you see you can make changes to any of those items by clicking the override button. The first tab allows you to edit the federal. The second tab allows you to edit the state and box 12 items. And the third tab allows you to edit local and box 14 items. Okay, once you have made all edits and you've verified that your W-2s are correct, you are ready to print your W-2s. When you select all your employees and hit the Print W-2 box, this is the box that will show up. And again, up at the top circled in red is talking about printing your notice to employees to make sure you don't forget to print that notice. The blue side of the box is all the things that is for the employer or for withholding agencies. So these are, for example, copy A for the federal. And you'd only print this if you're going to mail the W-2s and W-3s to the Social Security Administration and you're not filing electronically. The next copy, and by the way, copy A is only available in the two-part form because that is what the IRS accepts. The next copy D is for the employer records, and this you can print either as a two-part or a four-part form depending on which you prefer to store for your records. And then the next option is copy 1, which is for state, city, and local, and you need to print this in whatever format is accepted by the entity, the withholding agency that you are mailing this information to. You will print copy 1 multiple times. You'll print it once for the state, once for any city government you have, or local government that you have. So you may end up printing multiple copy 1s. And again, the note that you do not need to print the federal copy A or the state copy if you are going to file electronically. We will go over what the filing electronically screen looks like in a few more slides. So we're going to move on to the employee copies now. These are also available in two-part or four-part. If you want to print them in two-part, you are going to print each copy, cut it, sort it, and distribute it with a notice. So you'll have one employee on the top, and you'll have a different employee on the bottom of the two-part form. So you'll have to cut it apart and then separate each of these parts. Okay, the four-part form, you are just going to print one time, and it's going to print one employee per page. So you're going to get copy B, C, copy 2, and copy 2 on one page. So you'll be able to print it once and then distribute it with the notice to all your employees. Okay, The next thing you would need to do if you are mailing your W-2s to the IRS is you'll need to print out the W-3. So you're going to select all your employees and click the Print W-3 button. This is what will display. You'll have to make sure you mark the correct kind of employer and make any edits that you need to edit. Sometimes you need to put your third-party sick pay in here and then click the OK button and it'll print out your W-3s. Okay, we're going to move on and talk about those that are filing electronically. You're going to go ahead and select all your employees and then you will click the File button. You will get this screen to come up. You will need to put in the type of employer you are, your user ID, which came from the IRS, so not anything UAN has any access to or could give you information on. You'll have to include an email and a phone number. And you can select your file type down there in the lower right. So we're going to first do the federal one that we're going to send to the Social Security Administration. When you click the OK, the file will save to your UAN e-files folder. You go to the UAN e-files folder and you can upload that file to the Social Security Administration's secure website. Okay, the Ohio and school file is very similar to the federal file, requires still the same information over to the left, but you select the file type of Ohio and schools. And then you can click Save and it will save the file to the UAN e-files folder. And from there you can upload the file to the Ohio Business Gateway website. This is new this year. Last year these were copied to CDs and mailed. The upload to the Ohio Business Gateway is new. So make sure if you would like to upload your file to the gateway that you have your username and password and all your sign-in credentials that you're going to need to do that. Okay, you may be asking, what are my deadlines for the W-2s? Well, the deadline to distribute to your employees with the notice and mail or e-file with the Social Security Administration is January 31st. You're going to need to check with your state and school and local tax for their deadlines. Most follow the January 31st deadline. Some give you a little extra time, so just check into that. But if you printed them for the IRS, maybe just go ahead and send them off and get all of it done at one time. You may need to complete some transmittal forms for like the state, the school, or the local taxes. UAN does not automatically produce these local tax transmittal forms. However, we do have reports in the system that will give you the numbers to type into the online option or to write on the piece of paper. Let's go ahead and show you what those reports are. So if you're required to do an annual reconciliation for your Ohio, you can go ahead and go to Payroll, Reports and Statements, Tax Report Other, then select the Ohio Tax Report off the drop-down. You want to make sure you're selecting for the entire year and clicking your Print button. Then you can simply use this report to complete the online or paper form. You can also do the same thing for any local taxes. It's under the same menu option, but you're going to select the local tax report. And then you can select and print it out and use that report to complete your online or your paper forms. Okay, that takes us through our W-2s and W-3 printing or filing electronic. We are going to move on to how to print your 1099s and 96s. Something a little different on your 1099s and your 1096s is you must purchase the 1099 and 1096 forms from an office supply store or other stores that carry these forms. Please purchase them early before stock runs low, and make sure you purchase a couple extra. Don't just purchase exactly what you need, because Murphy's Law, something's going to go wrong and you're going to ruin one or two of them, and then you're not going to have enough to complete your filing of your 1099s and 1096s. So buy a few extra, but make sure you purchase them before stores start to run low on them. Just like the W-2s, these can be printed, added, printed, edited prior to closing the year or after the year has been closed. All right, so where do you go to add your 1099s and 96s? They are found under General Reports and Statements, Year-End, 1099, 1096 forms. Make sure the year is 2019 and then go ahead and hit the Add button. When you hit the Add button, you're going to get the Add 1099 and 1096 forms option. Something I like to do, since you're only required to send these to somebody that made $600 or more, I like to go ahead and select the At Least button, At Least option, go ahead and put $600 in, and then update your grid. By doing that, it's going to eliminate anybody that you don't need to send a 1099 to. Then you're going to select all the vendors in this list and click your Save and your Close button. Then it'll bring you to editing your 1099s. So if you have one that you need to edit, you may go ahead and select your vendor that you want to edit and click the Edit button. This screen's going to look kind of familiar because it looks a lot like the W-2 editing, where if you would like to override, you need to select the Override button, and then it'll open up those fields so you can make any edits, and then make sure you're saving and closing on all your edits. So moving on to be ready to print 1099s. We're going to recommend that you test the alignment of these on a plain piece of paper. How do you do that? Well, you're going to select two vendors and you're going to click the 1099 option. You're going to load plain paper into the printer and print them out. Then you're going to simply hold the plain paper up to the form to a light and see if everything would line up correctly. If they are, then you can go ahead and print to your forms the next time. If they're not, there's some reasons for that. The first one being that we are supporting HP or Lexmark printers provided by UAN. We are no longer supporting the Dell printers. So if you're trying to print your 1099s, which are a form, in your Dell printers, they're probably not going to align properly. We have to kind of configure and move things around to fit the printers that we are supporting, which will be the new HP that were delivered during the summer months and need to be hooked up and being used for year-end. Or if you happen to be a new user last year and you got one of our Lexmark printers, those will be supported also. So if everything aligns correctly, you can go ahead and print the 1099 for all vendors. If it does not, I'm going to show you how to make some adjustments after we go through printing the 1096. So the 1096, you would be ready to print now, and you want to, again, test the alignment on plain paper, because You don't want to waste all your forms trying to get the alignment correct. You're going to select all and load paper into the printer. Again, holding the plain paper up to your form in a light to see if things align correctly. If they align correctly, then you're ready to select all and print your 1096 on the actual form. If they did not align correctly, we're going to go to General, Maintenance, Entity Setup, and the Forms tab. And on the Forms tab here, you're going to have the option to use a custom layout for either the 1099 or the 1096, whichever one did not print correctly. So once you've selected to use custom layout, make sure the year is 2019, and then you're able to hit the design button. It will bring up a picture of the 1099 and allow you to move fields around so that printing would align correctly. Once you've done that, you can save it, go back to your 1099s, and retest the alignment prior to putting in your forms and printing on the forms. Okay, what is the deadline for filing my 1099s and 1096s? Just like the W-2s, the deadline to mail the copies to your vendors in the IRS is January 31st of 2020. Okay, are there any questions on printing W-2s or 1099s? We're going to give people a few minutes to send in some questions, and if we do not receive any, we'll move on to the next speaker at that time. Okay, the question that we just received is, are the deadlines for the W-3s and 1096 also January 31st? Yes, those are the transmittal forms for the federal, for the Social Security Administration for the W-3 and for the IRS for the 1096. So yes, those are mailed with your W-2s or your 1099s that you're sending to the federal government. Okay, and I'm informed by the person handing us off questions that we're receiving a lot of questions that we're not allowed to answer that are IRS questions. So if you have any of these questions that we're not answering on the air, you may need to go to the IRS publications and read those for the W-2s and 1099s. If that does not answer your questions, you may need to get in touch with the IRS and ask them your questions. Okay, we just received a how do you load the 1099s into the printer. They go face down with the top towards you. Just like checks. So you load them in just like checks, you know, how you load your checks, load these 1099 forms in the same manner. Still receiving a lot of IRS questions in our chat. Okay, the question is, can you also send the local tax through the Ohio Business Gateway? No, there's no electronic file for the local tax, so you'll have to print the local tax manually on the on the W-2s and mail those as you have in the past. The Ohio Business Gateway upload is for state and school district. Okay, we're still getting a lot of IRS questions, such as who gets 1099s? That's an IRS question if you read through their instructions and don't know which vendor should receive one and which one should not. Okay, we are going to hand over the presentation to Trina, and she's going to take you through the next part of year end.
All right, let's move on. We're still about a half an hour ahead of time, so we're looking at getting you out early. We are on the year-end best practices at the year-end checklist. Remember, the whole day's presentation today has been following the year-end best practices order. So we're going to go in the UAN software to general, maintenance, year-end, and year-end checklist. Now, in the current year, you can click that current year button to open it the first time, but you can also use the current year button to open the edit form. So you don't have to keep selecting it and clicking edit, but you can if you like to work harder. The instructions are provided at the top of each form, but once again, the year-end procedures are the complete and detailed instructions for each step. So while there's instructions at the top, for those of you who have never closed a year, you are going to find that item on the year-end procedures chart of the table of contents, and then you're going to go to that page number to read in complete detail what you're doing for that step. So this is just a picture of the year-end checklist. I don't know whether you can see the date is January 13, 2020. So this is somebody who has taken their time, kept temp mode open so they can keep 2020 up to date, and they're logging backwards into 2019 to finalize those items that need to be finished. So the year-end checklist is the only place you can be to actually close the year, but several of these items have to be done somewhere else in the software. You do need to understand what it is you're doing. So the overview tab, which is what we're looking at on the screen now, shows you where you are in the process. And you can see that number 1 and number 2 are green. When you install 2020.1, because it is already December, number 1 and number 2 are going to be green the first time you come in here. Yay! Number 3 is going to turn green as soon as you open temporary mode. And remember, we recommend you open temporary mode to put in your revenue budgets, your temporary appropriations if they were adopted by the governing board, and your purchase orders so that you're ready for 2020 to start. Number 4 is associated with all of those tabs on the left. There's that wide bunch of red X's, so we're going to cover that in detail all by itself. You can see number 5, the bank reconciliation. Well, why wouldn't someone have the December 31st bank reconciliation done on January 13th? Well, there's a very good reason for that, and I'm going to cover it in just a second. So not down at the bottom, number 6, as soon as that calendar date rolls over to January, number 6 is going to turn green. So you really most focusing on your bank rec and those tab 4 items to get the year-end ready to close. So let's talk about that bank rec. Notice that it has to be dated 12/31. Now, most of you get a bank statement at the end of the month, and if the end of the month happens on a weekend, it'll be dated the earlier date, like the Friday is the 29th or the 30th. It'll be dated there. But your bank reconciliation for December has to be dated 12/31. Very, very important. If you don't date at 12/31, you will have to do it again because you can't close the year without a December 31st bank reconciliation. It is what the Auditor of State's office has determined is required. UAN doesn't make this stuff up. We do it as we are told to do it, and you have to have a December 31st bank reconciliation. So we highly recommend if you get a bank reconciliation or your bank statement comes and it is as of 12/29, then I would highly recommend you wait and do it as of 12/31 or you'll be doing it again. We do have a neat tool called Advance the Date. So if you do get a bank rec on 12/28, a bank statement dated 12/28, you can add it as of 12/28, but don't post it. You can use the Advance tool to advance the bank reconciliation to the date 12/31 so that you will meet the requirements for year end. So what we highly recommend, and the reason that you saw that the bank rec wasn't posted as far as January 13th is because we recommend that you save the December bank rec before and not post it until you know there are no other transactions. And you say, well, why would I have any other transactions? So let's talk about this. Every single month of the year, you post a bank rec, and as soon as you post that bank rec, it locks down the software for that date and before. Nothing could be posted using those dates again. Well, it's the same as December. There just isn't the next month in the fiscal year for things to be posted in. So December is a lockdown date. So if you post your December bank rec and then you find a receipt that was posted to the wrong account code, you would have to void the bank rec in order to reallocate the receipt. We get lots of calls about this. So I do know that you are eager to see that you reconcile, and I'm on board with that. I want to know I'm truly reconciled before I start thinking of other things. That's great. But remember, you can save the bank rec and not post it, so you make sure that all your purchase orders are adjusted to what you need to carry over. You may have other things that need to be done, and then when you get to the point on the year-end checklist that says post your bank reconciliation, that's when you're going to go do it. So again, I recommend you save it, and then only when you know there will be no further transactions or corrections in 2019 should you go back to the bank reconciliation, click edit and post, and go down to the post button. All right. If you still have outstanding receipt, payment, and fund balance adjustments that you posted during the year but have never cleared, they are automatically going to be cleared on the December bank reconciliation. Audit considers this an item that cannot carry over to the new year, and it shouldn't. If you posted a receipt for the wrong amount and you posted a receipt adjustment, in order to reconcile, you need to clear the receipt adjustment. Same thing with a payment adjustment. If you posted an adjustment, you should have to clear the adjustment to reconcile. If you posted audit adjustments, you do have to clear them. All of these items are on the primary adjustments tab of your bank rec. And if you don't know whether you have these items, take a look at your last month's posted bank reconciliation. When you print the bank reconciliation report, it gives you a list of outstanding items. And most of you just have outstanding payments. Some of you have been carrying outstanding adjustments all year and you haven't paid attention to the fact that they simply need to be cleared. Now, most of you, those adjustments are not causing, like audit adjustments, if they net to zero, they're not going to throw you out of balance when the software clears them automatically on December 31st. But if they don't net to zero, or you posted a receipt or payment adjustment that you didn't need and you didn't reverse it, you are not going to reconcile in December. So again, look at your last month's bank reconciliation report, see if there were any outstanding adjustments. If so, review them now, give us a call, we'll help you understand what needs to be done. All right, now we're going to drop in and look at those Group 4 tabs, and we've already got somebody lost at sea. They stuck a note in the bottle that says, I don't know what to do with my Group 4 tabs. Help! So we don't want you to be in this situation. We want you to be able to steer through this easily. So you can see there's a long list of 4 items, number 4, and each of these has to be completed. Some of them get completed on the tab, Others, you have to make a selection on the tab and go do work elsewhere associated with it. So let me steer you through these so you don't get lost at sea. The first one, 4A batch transactions. Well, receipts, payments, purchase orders, wages, and withholding payments sitting in the 2019 batch when it's January, that's a problem. Why would it still be there? So if you accidentally logged in to work year 2019 and added a receipt that belongs in 2020, you need to delete it from year 2019 and go to 2020 and add it where it belongs. So I don't see this being a problem. If you do have a red X on any of these batch items, it shows you the path where to go. You can't put something in batch and carry it over to the new year. You simply have to log in to the new year and put it where it belongs. EFT, if we were all live, I would say raise up your hands, but let's just not do that because John then will have to put all your hands down. So I know we have quite a few people in the audience that do direct deposit of wages. That's not a problem as long as you are posting those EFT batch files in the software. So everybody that uploads an electronic file to their bank, they have to create that EFT batch file in order to upload it to their bank. But we do have clients, their bank does not provide a file upload, or they charge a significantly higher rate to do a file upload. So they have to log in to the bank's secure web portal and manually type in the employee's net paycheck and process it through the bank's website. Well, these folks are encouraged to always post the EFT batch file at the same time because it completes a process within the background of the UAN software. It groups those items together on your bank reconciliation, making it easier to clear them as one. So if you are looking at 4A batch transactions and you see a bunch of EFT files that haven't been processed, it means you're one of those manual type in on the bank's website folks and you haven't been processing the file. You would simply need to go to Payroll, Transactions, EFT, and every single payroll from the year is going to be listed one at a time. Create the file. You could print the report at this point in time for audit, but we do recommend you do this with each pay rather than catching up with at the end of the year. All right, the last one we're talking about is withholding adjustments. They can't be carried over if we've helped you with, or you know how to do, wage adjustments to correct a mistake in payroll, and you didn't use the extra taxes or credits in your next tax or retirement payment, you've got a problem because they have to be used before December 31st or you have to clear them. So that would mean you would have to fix your tax payment some other way, more complicated. So anytime we walk you through a wage adjustment, we tell you, you've got to get this report corrected and use the credit, follow up with the withholding agencies. So if you're sitting there thinking, well, how do I know if this is going to be a problem? I have done wage adjustments this year with UAN, but it might not be an issue. So go to Payroll, Reports and Statements, Withholding Reports, and then from the drop-down list, choose Withholding Adjustments Unpaid. If it says no data to the report, you know how if there's nothing there, it'll say no data to report. You've got no problems that are going to be cropping up on this batch list. But if it shows you items listed, select them and click print and give us a call. You need to deal with these before December 31st. So let's get on that so you don't get stuck with those manually correcting them in the new year. Tab 4B, AFR, Demographics and Debt. That jumping to is reminding me to tell you there's kind of two sections to this form. And so we're going to cover the upper section first. This is how you select how you're going to file with the Hinkle system. And again, if we were all in the audience live, I would ask you, how many of you want to work harder at year end than you have to? I don't think anybody's going to raise their hand in that. So why would you want to work harder? The default for this is submit through UAN. So if you choose submit through UAN, which is what we recommend, you can do that if you're filing OCBOA or regulatory filings. The file comes to the Auditor of State's office. The Hinkle system takes a bite out of it, just what they need for the Hinkle system, and then the entire file goes for audit to use for the audit. One file through UAN takes care of all requirements for filing. Now, you're thinking, well, why would anybody want to do anything harder than that? Well, if you look at the other selection, it says complete these requirements if you do GAAP or FASB. Well, GAAP and FASB are different kinds of annual financial reports. It's not regulatory and it's not ACBOA. We have cities using the UAN software, and they do often file GAAP or FASB. And some of our larger townships and villages file these more comprehensive annual financial reports, and they don't use the UAN software to do it. So for those folks filing those more complex, more comprehensive annual financial reports, they would mark complete these requirements online, and then the software is going to require an opt-out code. They'll shoot us an email that says the Village of Buckeye is filing a GAAP annual financial statement for 2019. Please provide the opt-out code, and we would give them the opt-out code and let the Hinkle system know. They put that opt-out code in the software under this section. When you mark complete these requirements online, it gives you the box for the opt-out code. And then these folks cannot file through UAN. The Hinkle system will give them access to manually type in those more comprehensive reports. So if you're filing regulatory or ACBOA, there is absolutely no reason for you to file to complete these requirements online. You should submit through UAN, making your life easier. So let's talk about these sections below on the same tab. This is the AFR demographics and debt information. And notice it says for townships, villages, and libraries. That means everybody in the audience that is a special district, not a township, village, or library, you don't have demographics and debt to complete. Townships, villages, and libraries each have a page that looks something like this. Again, in the year-end procedures, your entire page for each entity type will show exactly what information you need. They're slightly different. Villages and libraries have one or two other questions. So right off the bat, I'll tell you these two boxes fill in by themselves. Whatever is in the software is pulling in to these boxes. You don't have to do anything here. The question is answered for you. But the population has to be manually entered. The census gives you the population unless you've done some special population count that would qualify as an official population count. You could enter that. These three boxes, the full tax rate per thousand of assessed valuation for inside millage and outside millage, and the total assessed property tax valuation, that information comes from your county auditor's office. They often provide this information at the beginning of each year or at the end of the year for next year. So if you don't know what this information is, the inside and outside millage is a tax rate, and the total assessed property tax valuation is a dollar figure. Okay, the section below for debt of any kind, notice there's bonds, assessments, notes, loans, capital leases, revenue bonds, and miscellaneous long-term bonds. If you have any of those, you would enter the principal outstanding as of December 31st. If you don't have debt, you have nothing to enter. So if none of these apply to your entity, you have nothing to complete. Now, like I said, villages, you probably have one additional question that says your number of utility customers, and I think libraries, you have questions about the number of patrons. So again, look in the year-end procedures if you want to get a quick advanced peek at what questions you're going to answer. I don't think there were any changes from last year. 4C, annual financial report. You need to make a selection of the type of annual financial reports you're filing. 90% of our customers file regulatory, but for those of you doing that extra work to create an ACBOA, which is a more comprehensive annual financial report, you are going to be completing all of these areas in the section below that I just highlighted in yellow. And it's not done here. What you see on this screen is where the process is in terms of can I close the year. So anything that shows up as a green check mark, the defaults, things that rolled over settings from last year have defaulted into 2019. So it may not mean you really are ready to go. It just means you're going to take a look at it and see if it's accurate. So we do have some X's here. You're going to have to choose which type you're filing. If you're filing regulatory, there's a lot less to do. So you have to wonder, it's no mystery why 90% of our clients are filing regulatory. It is easier and it is acceptable. It is just simply not as comprehensive as the OCBOA. All right, so like I said, at the top of each form, you have instructions. So once you make your selection, the area below shows you what you have to do, and the instructions at the top say where to go. You're going to go to General, Reports and Statements, Year End, and AFR Fund Utility. And if you go to AFR Fund Utility and you're looking at that going, I have no idea what I need to do, remember that your year-end procedures are your complete and detailed instructions. Please go to the year-end procedures, look at the table of contents, find the AFR Fund Utility, and go to that page, and you will have complete instructions on how to use that utility. And Bob is going to go through that with us when it's time to do that. Remember, we're using the best practices, so it's the best practices list shows you the best time to complete things. First, on this tab, we have to choose what type we're filing, and then that sets the software to allow us to do that when it's time. All right, the notes and documents, well, that's about the last thing you do before you can close the year. Remember, the notes and documents have to be completed and added into the UAN software before you close the year. That is one of the final steps before closing the year. So this is going to stay an X until that's done. So the green check marks aren't the end-all and be-all. Please pay attention to what is necessary to be done rather than focusing on what can I get a green check mark on? How can I force everything to turn green? Follow the instructions so that it's actually an accurate annual financial reporting. Tab 4D, Entity and Fiscal Officer. Well, this is so easy. I can take a nap in the sun. All the information in the lower area is automatically pulled in from General Maintenance Entity Setup. It says so at the top of this form. So if it doesn't look right, you need to go to General Maintenance Entity Setup and correct it in the year 2019. The upper information, please enter the contact information, day phone, evening phone. I don't know anybody that's got a modem phone number anymore, and your email address. This is just to give the auditors contact information when they're going to audit. Remember, this is going to be included in that annual financial file that you send to us. Tab 4E, Hardware and Mailing. The Auditor of State's Office has to complete an inventory of all hardware, and that includes your computer. The area below, the UAN hardware address, that means where is the computer sitting? What's the address of where the computer sits? And like I've marked down below, if that is the same as your mailing address, check the box, same as UAN hardware address. If it's not, type in your mailing address and don't check that box. Up at the top, you have to look at your equipment to get the auditor and the computer tags. So if you don't know them, the blue question mark that you see here is how you find where to get the information. So if you clicked on that blue question mark, the software is going to open up pictures of a desktop computer and a laptop computer and shows you pictures of the inventory tag and the computer tag number. So that gives you an idea where to look. Please do not take the number off the sample picture. That's not your inventory number. It just shows you where to look on your computer. I know that seems silly, but it happens. We've added this year, notice how I have typed in my auditor inventory number and computer number. I'm now going to compare it to the UAN records. This is the first time we've ever done that, so we're showing you what the UAN inventory has in it. If it matches, check the box that it matches the UAN records and go ahead and save that form. So we need to know the inventory numbers so that we can file our inventories. Bye-bye to that tab. For F, next year fiscal officers and details. Well, if you are going to be the fiscal officer next year, either because you are not sitting in an elected position or because you were reelected, then same as current fiscal officer is already there. If, however, you were not going to be the fiscal officer next year because of retirement or elections, please mark the newly elected and appointed fiscal officer. And you're thinking, well, why should I fill that in for the person that beat me at the election? Well, you're going to be sitting on the beach somewhere and the auditor is getting ready to do the 2018 and 19 audit, and who do you think they're going to call? You, because you did not provide the information of who the new fiscal officer is going to be, so the audit file will not contain that information, and they may never have changed their information with the Auditor of State's office. So it will be to your benefit to get this information for the newly elected fiscal officer in there, so we're not nagging you when you are happily sitting on the hammock in the beach. All right, 4G carryover POs and BCs. Boy, did we get a lot of questions last year and the year before. It will not stay checked. We don't want it to stay checked. Please don't call us and say this won't stay checked. It is not meant to. What we need you to do is look at the list. So let's say this is the first time you came into your year-end checklist and you're looking at tab 4G and you're looking at those purchase orders, and maybe the first time you looked at it, there is a boatload of POs that you will not be carrying over, but you know you're going to be going and adjusting those later. Don't check the box. You're not acknowledging at any other time than when you actually are ready to close the year that you know these are carrying over, and you're looking at the amount and you know that's accurate. So it has to be done before you close the year, but don't try to keep it checked in between time. Now, we see something new this year that we've never seen before on the carryover PO tab, a red X indicating I can't carry that PO over. What? Well, how can UAN decide what POs you can and can't carry over? Because really, that's kind of why we have the acknowledgement checkboxes, so you decide what you carry over. But remember, you've heard more than one person talk about GASB 84, and those changes in account codes for those fiduciary type funds. It's ringing a bell. And remember, they told you that there are changes in revenue and appropriation accounts in the new year. Oh, so only you folks that have a purchase order to carry over to the new year on an account code that is being eliminated will you see the red X. I think we might get 1 or 2 people that have this come up. It's not going to be difficult, so I don't want you guys to freak out. Regular purchase orders on all your other funds are not going to have red X's on them. Only in those fiduciary type funds when you are carrying over a PO on an account that's being eliminated. So if you see that red X, I'm going to walk you through what has to be done. You're going to close that PO. Accounting Utilities purchase order, only the PO with the red X, nothing else. So again, we're going to be 1 or 2 people in the state of Ohio needing to do this. Then you're going to go to Accounting Maintenance Appropriation Accounts because you didn't do it when Tony told you to do it at the beginning of this year and you didn't realize you were carrying over a PO on an account code that was being eliminated. Click the Add button. And remember, here's one of my private purpose trust funds. Remember, the program codes for these type of funds have changed. So you would add the fund, choose the new program code based on what your fund is, like a cemetery bequest fund. You bought flowers for the graves. Use the program codes that belongs to the fund. The object codes I don't think have changed at all. So once you choose the new program, you'll be able to choose your normal object code. And then you're going to go to Accounting Maintenance Appropriation Budgets, select the fund and click Reallocate. Now I'm going to just go, for those of you that were going, what? I can't believe I have to do all this. Remember, only the people that have a red X on the carryover PO form, 1 or 2 people. So they would have to reallocate the amount of the purchase order they want to carry over from the old account code being eliminated to the new account code for 2020. And then they're just going to add a new PO on the new account code to the same vendor for the same amount they want to carry over. And then when you go back to 4G carryover PO, you don't have a red X because you're not trying to use an account code that's being eliminated. So this is not going to affect very many people in the state of Ohio. If you see a red X and you don't remember what to do, give us a call. We'll help you with that. All right, for H, carryover withholdings. Remember, Angela told you how to review your carryover withholdings. By the time you get to this point, you are getting ready to close the year. This should be what you are carrying over. The total unpaid as of December 31st doesn't mean you haven't paid them in 2020. It means as of December 31st, these were unpaid. Now, notice that in my list, I have the OP&F and the Ohio Public Employees, OPERS. Those have an employer share. So when you're carrying over a withholding that has an employer share, only the employee, or those folks that also have fringe, are the carryover encumbrance. The employer share does not use 2019 appropriations. When you post this payment in 2020, the employer share uses 2020 appropriations. All right, you should be looking at this knowing that you didn't pay them before December 31st, you have paid them in the new year, and that is exactly what's carrying over. So again, this is not going to stay checked. It is not meant to stay checked. It is forcing the folks that are carrying over encumbrances to look at them and acknowledge that they intended to do this. Do it, make that check mark right before you close the year. All right, as you're moving down, we get to the point where it says the December bank rec needs to be posted. So again, you're not doing this all in one day. Sometimes you're going in and doing a little at a time, but when you get to this point in the year-end best practices, you should have corrected any receipt or payment posted in the wrong account codes. You should have your POs and your withholdings to the exact carryover encumbrance. You won't need to post any more December transactions. So you want to go to Accounting Transactions Bank Reconciliation, select it, click Edit and Post, and go ahead and post the December bank rec. That locks down the year for any changes, making sure that in the next steps you are going to be using the right items, the right numbers. So it'll locking down all your figures so they can be accurate on your financial reports. Do we have any questions? Okay, we do have a question. The question is, if we hire an outside source to do our Hinkle reports and notes, why would you hire an outside source to do something that you could easily do through the UAN software by using the notes they typed last year as your guide? So if you are hiring an outside source and you're not filing GAAP or FASB, you have just decided you would like to work harder and pay someone else to do something the software wants to do, you can choose the complete online. In the software, please choose regulatory because you can't close the year without making a selection, and you would have to complete the bare minimum to close the year. When you choose complete online, you will request an opt-out code from UAN, and you will still file with us, but the file will not be forwarded to the Hinkle system. The opt-out code stops that. All right, does the hardware information require any information on the printer? No. Again, the software is going to, those blue question marks are going to show you a picture of the equipment we need the tag from and a copy of a sample tag so you know exactly where to get that number. We are not looking for printer numbers, just computer equipment and Auditor of State inventory numbers. Do we have any other questions? Okay, here's one. For the hardware location, is it our government office location or our home address? Well, that tab says where the computer's located. So it's not changing your mailing or shipping address. That box simply says, tell us where the computer is located. So if that computer is located at your home address most of the time, and I do realize with a laptop you're carrying it back and forth, so where's it located most of the time? And if you are using that as your mailing address, they're going to be the same. If not, you will fill out your mailing address separate. So that tab is specifically asking for the location of the equipment. Is there a template for AFR notes? Yes, absolutely. There is a template. We provide that information every year. The Auditor of State's office provides a template you can download. We do have those instructions how to do that in our year-end procedures. Detailed instructions of where to go on the Auditor of State's website, how to download the template, how to edit it, how to save it as a PDF, and how to add it into this UAN software. And Bob's going to cover that in a later step.
All right. So moving on, you may want to turn to page 5 if you lost your place in the year-end best practices. And Trina, before the questions, had completed the December bank reconciliation. I'd gone over that. And now we're on the AFR Fund Utility, and we're going to spend a bit of time on that because it's such an important part of year-end. Now, I've got this note: do not complete the AFR utility until you review the accuracy of your carryover encumbrances. So remember, your encumbrances that you may carry over are like purchase orders, blanket certificates, unpaid withholdings. The unpaid withholdings for employee shares, those need to be the exact amount that you want them to carry over to from 2019 to 2020. So you can't really complete this fund utility until you have that in place. And you do not want to complete it until you've posted your December 31st bank reconciliation. And the bank rec will bring up some things, most likely, this year-end bank rec, that, such as transactions, perhaps, that you need to post, or utility adjustments and corrections that you need to make. So the process of completing the bank rec will reveal these things. And when you post your bank reconciliation, you're finalizing that all of these transactions or corrections are complete. The AFR utility should not be done until that's done and you verified the accuracy of your carryover encumbrances. Otherwise, the fund utility may be inaccurate. So once you got that done, you're ready to go. Now I want to show you two ways to access the fund utility. The first one's a neat little shortcut. So you see here on the year-end checklist, we've got this undistributed amount under the governmental fund classification. It's one of our red X incomplete signs. Well, on the right side of the year-end checklist, not the tab side, clicking those won't do you any good as far as access, but on the right side, the little red X shortcuts that are incomplete, if you click on them, they'll open the relevant area in which you need to address. So that has to do with undistributed fund classifications, and if you click it, it will bring you to the fund utility where you address it. Now, if you want to go the traditional route, you could go to General, Reports and Statements, Year-End, and then AFR Fund Utility. Regardless of how you get there, it's going to open up this important message. UAN support can provide, I should say, technical assistance for using the AFR Fund Utility, but we cannot suggest the selections or entries you make. What classifications you choose is beyond the scope of what we're permitted to provide. More about this a little bit later. We will provide you with some resources to make those decisions. It's just that we ourselves cannot. Now, this is the listing of the AFR Fund Utility and all of our sample funds at Buckeye Township. The left-hand side shows you the basic fund information. Your funds are listed in categories. And then the first two columns to the right of that are the status columns showing you whether that requirements for regulatory or ACBOA statements are complete in regards to the fund utility. If you file regulatory, you can ignore the column for the ACBOA status, I should say. If you file ACBOA, well, then it's just the opposite, ignore regulatory. So you only want to focus on the one relevant to you. Now, our caution here is that the settings in the fund utility copy from the previous year, from 2018's fund utility settings to the 2019's fund utility. So a yes, and you can see a few of them on the left side there, a yes status does not mean it's accurate. It's complete because it copied over from last year. You must verify it is accurate for 2019. And we'll flesh that out in just a moment when we look at the details. So to get to the details, you're going to select all the funds, click on the Edit button, and choose whether you're going to work with regulatory or ACBOA. Now, I should say, if it hasn't been stated yet, that most of our customers at UAN, most of you guys out there, file regulatory statements, about roughly 95%. So roughly 5% file ACBOA statements. So it makes sense for us to not demonstrate ACBOA, since they're quite a bit involved with that, since 95% of you don't file those statements. We do have detailed information on how to use that utility, the fund utility for that, in the year-end procedures. So you can get a hold of that. Once you click on regulatory, so we'll go into the regulatory fund utility. As you can see, this is a busy screen. I want to point out first on the right that this mapping section, well, I'm going to cover that last in my demonstration because it doesn't directly relate to the other areas of the fund utility. So we'll focus on the left-hand side right now, where currently it's showing our general fund, and it's showing the general fund ending fund balance of $931,000 and some change. That's the exact balance that you'll carry over to the new year, because remember, we've already posted our December 31st bank reconciliation. And what we'll need to do is classify that ending cash balance among the various classifications below. So that's what says there, and of course we've got this undistributed amount. In the general fund, when you start off, it's showing us that we have the exact same amount in the undistributed. The undistributed amount will decrease as the balance is classified, and our goal is to get to zero so that we'll fully be complete with that fund. All right, so this is an example at our Buckeye Township of a multiple classification. You can see that selected, and our classifications, like I said, carried over from 2018 to 19, but when that happens, they will be set to zero, because that $931,000, well, it's not the same as 2018's ending balance, and UAN really should not distribute your classifications for you. So it's going to be set to zero, and you need to determine what's the correct amount for each. Now, it could be different. For example, what I've highlighted here could be different in 2019 from 2018. In 18, we assigned a certain amount for carryover purchase orders and unpaid employee withholdings for that year. Maybe we don't have any carryover purchase orders that really apply to the general fund for 2019 going into 2020. You wouldn't know that from just looking at this screen. So how would you know that? Well, you need to look at reports. And a lot of reports aren't going to summarize that by fund. They'll just show you, here's your carryover purchase order or your withholdings that you haven't paid that we paid in the next year. So where do we find that? Well, we've got a recommended report for you. So we'll turn to that. And that's under Accounting Reports and Statements, Management Reports. Now, I suggest that you jot this down on a piece of paper, maybe the best place on your year-end best practices, on how to get there. Accounting Reports and Statements, Management Reports. It's one thing that in this demo that's not really written in the best practices. And the report we're looking for when we open it is the first one, the Fund Summary. It defaults to December, and that's what we'll select, all the funds in that month. And we want December because we've already completed the bank reconciliation. So it's going to show us the summary really for the end of the year. Now, the column I've highlighted on the fund summary is the current reserve for encumbrance for the end of December. bank rec's already done for December. So really, that current reserve for encumbrance is also our true carryover encumbrance for each fund. And that again includes accounting and payroll, whether it's employee withholdings that are carrying over or purchase orders. So for the general fund, that first number I've highlighted, and that's $485.31. That is what's going to carry over. So let's turn back to the fund utility. That's where we would enter in our carryover amount, right? And then let's pretend maybe that it was zero for the general fund. Well, then we would use the column on the right to click the X to remove that classification, or whatever classification we might need to remove. It doesn't apply this year. If there's a new classification that does apply to this fund for this year, not the previous, then you can add it using the data entry line. All right. So we'll let our fiscal officer type in that amount, see what it looks like when he finishes. So now that he's classified all of the balance, the undistributed amount is zero, and it's been distributed to the various classifications. Here you can see the 485.31. And we've got the blue icon saying, hey, the general fund is whole again as far as the fund utility. We can click the Save button to save it, and then use the navigation bar to move to the next fund and complete that one. In our demonstration, though, we'll skip over one, and we'll take a look at the Road and Bridge Fund. This is an example of a single classification. If you look at that balance, the $15,680, there's no undistributed amount of that. The entire amount is classified, at least for our Buckeye Township, as restricted for the purpose of road and bridge maintenance and improvements. Is this accurate? Is this good? Well, it could be. You have to evaluate and review this to confirm if you took over for fiscal officer, maybe they chose the wrong classification for this, or maybe something changed this year that would change that classification. Perhaps even maybe there would be a carryover amount on a purchase order. Well, then you'd need a multiple classification to distribute differently. So you'd have to, this is actually one of those yes answers in the status grid, but the point is you have to review it for accuracy. Well, I just realized if you're new to this and you've never done fund classifications before in this utility, this all might be breaking down for you, so to speak. You might be asking, what do the classifications mean, these 5 classifications? How do I know which classifications to use, Bob? And why do I need to do this? Well, those are all good questions. And I'll tell you what, I'll answer the last one first. You need to do this because the Governmental Accounting Standard Board requires it in their statement number 54 for all local governments to classify the ending balance of each fund in one of these 5 categories, or one or more of these 5 categories. UEN enforces that rule for the Auditor of State. So the good news for you guys, being a UEN member, is that we provide you with resources in which we can provide some guidance. We can't answer the questions for you, but we can point you to some resources. On page 12 and 13 of the year-end procedures, you'll find some, and then that points you, and I'll just summarize it in this demonstration, the Auditor State Bulletin and the Local Government Services Fund Purpose Guide. So I've got some samples of this from Buckeye Township. Here's the bulletin, and you'll see on here, whoa, check that out. That is 27 pages long, and if you look at it, a lot of legalese. And I kind of feel sorry for folks who don't come to this presentation or read the year-end procedures because they're thinking, hey, now you'll get this in the installation CD that you'll get in the mail, and it'll also be on our website for your convenience. But you really don't just a little hint here, you really don't need to read all 27 pages of that. Not all of it applies to you. Really about 3 to 4 pages will do. The first couple of pages cover the definitions of the 5 classifications. So I would definitely, if you're new to this, read that over closely. And then there are tables. There's a township, actually there's a county and city table, I believe, so that doesn't apply to you, but there's township, village, and library tables. And you can find those. I'm not going to scroll through all those pages. I've got it extracted out here another one, but it's in the same place. And you can find this table in there. And this is kind of just a quick look at it. So for example, for a township, the auditor has provided this as a general guide. So for instance, we'll take the Motor Vehicle License Tax Fund. If you have one of those, if you're a township, their guide tells you that most of the time, and maybe not all of the time, you should, that's typically, I should say, it's classified as a restricted. The balance is classified as restricted. Now that doesn't mean it's always classified that way, or it doesn't have multiple classifications if you got some of the things we mentioned before. It's just a general guide. It gets you started. If your situation may be a little bit unique, and so you can't say 100% on that, but it does get you started, and I suggest you start there with those definitions and that guide. Again, please don't read all the stuff that's not relevant to you. In addition to that, Local Government Services, way back when, provided us with this one-page fund purposes guide. So remember, we had road and bridge, which was restricted, in our example, for the purpose of road and bridge maintenance. And this is a guide from LGS on, hey, if you've got, let's say, again, motor vehicle license tax, I can't highlight that one, and you've classified it as restricted, then in most cases, it's for the purpose of road and bridge maintenance and improvements. Again, there could be exceptions, but this is a general rule that you can kind of get an idea to get you started. So there are some resources. Hopefully those will help you out. Look at them closely in the way I mentioned. And if you still have questions, well, you can always push that LGS panic button and give them a call, and they should be able to give you some assistance for sure. All right. So I promised we'd talk about fund mapping in the fund utility, so here it is. Now I'm not talking about pirate treasure mapping. No, that would be fun, but what we're talking about, well, it's more like this, although not quite so scary. I want to illustrate how when you map, the fund is consumed by another fund only for annual financial reporting statement purposes. So it really does kind of look like this, so to speak. To map or not to map? That is the question for each of your funds. And to determine that, you've got to understand it a little better. You use mapping to merge a fund, like I said, into another fund only for AFR reporting statement purposes. Mapping does not change either fund in UEN or change any of your day-to-day reports. It's only for the AFR statements. You may not need to map any funds. Many of our customers don't find the need to map any fund. UEN, again, this is a LGS question. If you're not sure, we're not allowed to give advice on whether you should or shouldn't, but I can say that the next example the example I'm going to go through is LGS vetted and approved. So if you have an unclaimed monies fund at your entity, then LGS has given us directions, and you can follow these to in detail. All right, so I've got our 2 funds mapped, and or 2 funds selected, the general and unclaimed monies, and we'll just click on Edit and select the report type. And it's as easy as selecting the Map To button, and then picking the general fund from the drop-down menu to map the unclaimed monies to general fund. Make sure you click that Save button, and then we can move back to the general fund. Blimey, what's happened to my general fund? Someone's played a trick. It used to be complete, but no. Actually, what's happened? Well, the unclaimed money is now part of the general fund. Remember, it's been consumed by the general fund. And that means you need to classify it. And LGS has said, yeah, well, you can classify it as non-spendable and for the purpose of unclaimed monies. Once you do that, our general fund is all whole again. And we'll just save that. And look at that. The fund classification is finally complete. But our tab 4C is incomplete. And the reason is that notes and document symbol there, it's still incomplete. We got to address that. But we'll do that at another step. At this point, I want to find out if any of you has been run a rig by a pirate and have any questions about anything I've talked to you yet at this point. What about it? John, do we got any questions? I'll give you a minute to type in your question. Okay. Whoops, I need to talk in the microphone. Okay, well, we do have a question. Give me a second to read it. Okay, someone is asking, in my example, in the general fund, we had a large amount assigned beside appropriations. So actually what it said is that it was assigned for the purpose of appropriations. That second column is for the purpose of appropriations. So the classification is the assignment. That is the reason I didn't speak of that is because of the important message when you open it, which is it's an example. This is fake Buckeye Township, and we put something, we chose a classification and distributed it. Really, the only thing that we can say is the example I pointed out, which is the unclaimed monies mapped to the general fund, or that I should say for classification purposes, in addition, if you have carryover encumbrances, purchase orders, or employee withholdings that are carrying over, then LGS has said we can, that you should assign those for the purposes of carryover, okay, like it's described there. Those are the only two approved classification assignments that local government services has granted us to provide advice on. So that was just a sample. That's not going to be necessarily the classification you have for appropriations for your entity. So I'm sorry, yeah, I could have mentioned that a little bit specifically. All right, so I hope that helps or answers your question as best as I can. Let's see, we have another question. Okay, where can the fund balance classification and fund purposes guide be found? Well, both of those can be found on our website, I believe under the, so UEN link website. We have that all over the place. You go to our homepage, you'll, well, if you go to our software and click on the Auditor State symbol in the software when you're connected, you can get to the UN homepage, and then you'll find it under year end, last year's year end. It's the same two documents we've had for a while, so you browse that. Also, it's going to be installed in the install disk. We put it under version documentation. So when you get 20.1 installed, in the instructions it tells you exactly where it's copied to on your computer. So good question. Yes, the PDF are the PDF files that were pulled up in my demonstration, are they all part of the AOS Bulletin 2011-04? Two of them. The first two were part of the bulletin. What I did was I opened up the full bulletin, the 27 pages, and I didn't want you guys to watch me go through all of those pages to get to the township guide that I showed you in the second PDF. So those two are together. The other one-page purposes guide is a separate item just provided to UAN, and so again that will be in the same place in your version documentation when you install the CD that we're mailing out. All right, any other questions that we could address to all the audience? John? All right, I'm told that we have no more questions, so we'll move on for a few more minutes until break time. Next slide. All right, there we go. Whoops, I may have skipped over a slide. No. Oh, here we go. Yes. A start item, if you want to turn back to page 5, if you got away from that, we've got the start item near the top of the page, complete manual input forms. And all of those, what we're referring to, are located under year-end cash. It starts with cash assets not recorded. Those last four items, we refer to these as manual input forms because there's nothing that you can do in the UAN software to get this information in which we could automatically generate this for you. So it just, by its nature, it's something you have to input at year-end as a requirement for your auditor state reports. The first one we're going to go over is the cash reconciliation, and really everyone should print that out. It looks like this when you open it, and it's very simple. As you can see, you pick the year. You may have to fill in those two items. They're described a little bit in the year-end procedures, but most of our customers do not have to fill those. Well, I shouldn't say most. You may not have to. Read over the information if you do, but that's as simple as it gets, the extensive as it gets. I'll show you a quick preview of that. And there it is. It's a couple pages long. That's your cover page for your annual financial reports that you print out for your records, for your public records. All right, that brings us to the other three. Only complete these if they apply to your entity. So that's cash assets not recorded, and then debt schedules. The cash assets not recorded, we don't have a slide on that because it's not terribly common among UAN clients, and we do have information in the year-end procedures about that. So read over that section and see if it applies to you and follow those instructions if needed be. The other two are relevant to anyone who has ongoing debt. So the schedule of debt service and the schedule of outstanding debt. We're going to move on with, if you recall, we're doing the manual input forms. That's the start item on page 5. And we've got through a few of them. And now we only need to complete, like I said, the ones that apply to your entity. So the most common are those, if you have any debt, you'll need to fill out the two schedules. Now these reports are for your records. They are not part of your annual financial, or they are not, I keep saying that. They are part of your annual financial report. You do not need to add these reports anywhere else in the software, like the add-in area. The annual financial submission that we'll talk about later will include them automatically. So keep that in mind. But you do have to input that in if you have debt. So first example is an example of the schedule of debt service. Now another reason this is a start item is because you could get your amortization schedules from the bank right away and begin that right now and input this information. This schedule is looking forward, 2020 and forward. So if you have debt going out many years, debt repayment, then what you're going to do, well, first of all, you're going to select, let me go back here, you're going to select 2019, make sure you have that report year selected, and then click on the Add button and fill out the principal and interest in the year. The grand total of all your loans and other types of debt will be repayment for each year, such as 2020, will be inputted for the principal and interest, and it'll keep a running total. So we've got several years. The auditor says the first 5 years needs to be inputted separately. So I've got 2020 for Buckeye Township, 21, you can see the total is running 22, 2023, 2024, our principal and interest goes down a little bit because we paid off one of our loans at that time. Then it jumps to 2029, and that's by the graciousness of the auditor state. They're going to allow you, if it goes beyond 5 years, to consolidate into 5-year increments if needed be. So we've got a 5-year increment from 2025 to 29, and that's 5 years, and inputted that. And then we jump to 2034 for the remaining 5 years, and then our current debt would be paid off at that point. Once you save that, it's going to have every year in the list. You'll select all and click the print button, which brings up for you a sample of your debt service requirements. You want to print this out again for your records to be retained. All right, then there's the schedule of outstanding debt. The nature of that is different. Now we've got a simple example at Buckeye Township. We only have 2 loans, and these you're going to put in separately and be specific about the loans. So you got the report year, click on the Add button, and you fill out the form for each of your loans as of December 31st, 2019. What is the status? And fill out the appropriate fields. More information on each of these fields is in the year-end procedures. By the way, these examples are identical to the examples we have in the year-end procedures. So if you want a refresher and watch this video, they will follow the year-end procedures exactly as I do. All right, then we've got, you save that. Here we got a purchase of a truck, stormwater improvement loans, and we'll click on the print button, and we've got the schedule of outstanding debt sample. That's what it looks like. Very simple. Keep it for your public records. Up next on page 5 is the AFR component units. As it says on the screen, this is very rare. A rough estimate might be 5 to 10 UN customers use this for their statements. So read over the pages in the year-end procedures and just to see if it applies to you. For most of you, it does not, so we don't have a sample of that today. What applies for everyone is that everyone should print the annual financial reporting statements, and those are located, as you can see, in the menu here under year-end. Then you'll file either print the AFR OCBOA statements or the regulatory. You don't need to print both, just whichever one that applies to you, whichever one you're filing. Now you can use, the reason this is at this point on page 5 in the best practices is that you need to use these for your notes, the annual financial statements preparation. So you got to do this step first to really have complete notes. All right, for regulatory filers, there are several reports. So sometimes we have fiscal officers who call and realize that they've just printed the combining statement because that's the first one that shows up when you go to that menu item. Click the drop down, you'll see that there's several statements to print. It's as simple as selecting the report and clicking the print button. There is no list, and that kind of throws people off. These reports are set in stone. So you simply have to print them for the record. If you get a message, perhaps like if you click on Combined Statement Proprietary and Fiduciary, and you get a message that says no data to report. Well, don't sweat it. It just means that you don't have any proprietary fiduciary funds, and it's giving you an accurate message. Move on to the next fund and print that. For you OCBOA filers, it's the same principle, but just a different set of reports, same steps. Well, regardless of the statements that you print, retain the AFR statements for your public records so that your landlubbers can, well, that's pirate term for citizens, can come in and take a look at them if they so require to do so, if they would like to. That's an official statement that each entity should retain for their public records. All right. Our next item in the year-end checklist is on the top of page 6 of the best practices, adding in files. And primarily we're talking about adding in notes to the financial statements. Now, your year-end procedures covers this, like Trina said, in great detail. We're going to give an overview or part of it and then just show you how the software works. So what's covered in the year-end procedures, you'll download, we have steps to download the Word document that the auditor state has prepared, a template that you can use, and then you can edit that template to your entities need, your township, village, library, or district needs. Once you finish that, you can save it to your documents folder. You can save it to another folder if you like. This is just a recommended folder because it's most common for folks to save that to. And once you save your Word document as your own, then we have steps for saving it as a PDF file, and we recommend saving it to the same folder so that you can find it easily when you get to the software steps of adding it in. This is a starred item because you can, well, you can get at it, start working on the notes early, but you really cannot finalize the notes until you've got all of these steps complete, including printing those annual financial statements. Well, don't get fed to the fish by the pirates. They're going to try to trick you. And let's read that. It says, AFR notes, don't email them to UAN. It is a pirate's trick for sure because we can't do anything with it and you'll be fed to the fish. We'll just call you and all we can do is say, hey, you've got to include it and add it into UAN and send it to us. So be careful there. However, you have to include the notes in order to close the fiscal year. So you cannot close it, and that's why we got that incomplete icon in tab 4C, is because it's not going to let you close the year until you get those notes to the financials added in. This is why temporary mode is so great. Another reason, of course, because you can keep current. A lot of folks don't get their notes fully complete or everything they need done for the 2019 and for the closing until mid-January, maybe even late January, and you just don't want to stop the ship and stop everything, all of your transactions for 2020, any budget changes or entries you have to make, receipts, payments, purchase orders. You don't have to stop everything to get all that done. You can work in temporary mode and prepare your notes. Again, it's one of the last things that you finalize and still get on with your life. So let's continue on with the notes. How do we get these in the software? You go to General Reports and Statements, Year End, and then AFR Notes and Documents. Well, be careful that if you're tinkering around in here and choose 2019 and or 2018 or 17 to look at your old notes, and people do that to get an idea what that happened previously. Make sure when you're ready to add in 19 that you select 19. It won't do the auditor any good and it won't let you close the year if you don't add them in the right place. You click the Add button and it opens up this really simple screen. all you got to do is click to browse for that PDF file. And it'll open up a Windows browsing folder. Now yours, if you save them in your documents, you can use the shortcuts to get to documents, and you can see there we have 2019 notes for Buckeye Township. Select it and click on the open button. That'll bring you back to this simple form, but now it lists our file. So it's just a matter of clicking on Save and Close. Well, save, I should say. It gives you a little confirmation and it resets the screen. So that's kind of nice. And when you click on Close, well, you're going to get a important reminder that you should really double check to make sure you got the right file. And that's where you can get into a little trouble sometimes. So you got to be careful. The pirates will try to get you. You got to swab the deck, to put it in pirate terms. There's our notes. And if you display them, and like me, you find that, hey, there's our Buckeye Township notes. I can go through and make sure every page is the page I intended, that they're the final version. Then great, you're on your way. But what if the cold winds blow and it doesn't work out so well? Let's take a look. Let's try to take a look. Oh, Tony, he uploaded Mickey the dog. Poor guy was screwing us all up. That won't do the otter any good. It looks like he's got even some pirate's treasure in the background. Cute dog, but it's really not going to help anyone. So if you see that shiver me timbers, it doesn't work out, all you got to do is close it, delete the file, and start over. And once you have the right file, you're out of danger. And that's all she wrote, matey, about notes to the financial statements. Although I do have one final warning. Don't overload the notes and documents with unnecessary reports. You just might scuttle your ship, and it's going to really basically just be kind of embarrassing because you're sending extra things to your auditor that they don't really need. What am I talking about? We're going to see that the internet or disk submission, the AFRS backup that's coming up here, we'll demonstrate, that you should complete, that you will complete when you're closing 2019 is going to automatically include your regulatory statements, or ORCBOA, your manual input forms, just like the debt schedule we filled out, and all UAN produced reports. So you don't need to add those things into the notes and documents area. Even though these may not all appear in the Hinkle System PDF file on the Hinkle System website area, the Hinkle System will extract everything they need that the auditor state requires from that one submission file. So you can rest assured that it's all carried in the same submission file from UAN to the auditor state. Again, that's the file that UAN creates when you close the year. And look at that, our notes and documents are complete. Finally, 4C is good to go. Well, that's it for me today. I'm going to pass this over, sorry I started your show a little early, to Angela.
Okay, now we have finished all the hard work for year end, and we are ready to actually do the backups and let the system close itself for the year. So you're going to open back up the year-end checklist. And that is found at General, Maintenance, Year-End Checklist, and click the Current button. All right, we are going to go to tab 4G, the Carryover Purchase Order tab, and it will show a list of what is going to carry over to 2020. The only thing we have left to do on this, because Trina walked us through earlier verifying these numbers, is now that everything is done, we need to acknowledge that these are definitely the purchase orders that are carrying over to 2020. We're going to do the same thing on the carryover withholdings. We verified these earlier also, but one of the last steps we need to do is acknowledge that, yes, these are definitely the ones I want to carry over to the new year. At this point, you don't want to decide you want one of these not to carry over, because if you do, then that changes all the steps previously, like all those annual financial reports and all that fund utility that you've already done. Changing your mind at this point will change all of that. So you want to make sure that as you're going through, when you first check them, you do everything you need to do. And when you come in at this point, you're just acknowledging that, yes, this is what I plan to carry over. Once you have finished that, you will have all green check marks all the way down, and you'll be able to click on your Finish tab. Of course, it also has something for you to check to make sure, just one more time, that this is what you're wanting to submit. It has all your transactions and that you've included your notes and all the stuff that's supposed to be in it. So when you are ready, you can go ahead and mark that you agree with that. And once you do, you will be able to click on the Close 2019 button. I do want to say that all these messages that will be popping up from here to when your system actually closes, you want to read and make sure that you agree with before you keep going. You really only get one chance to close the year. And once you've started it and you've made your first backup, you really can't cancel because it's going to keep closing. So make sure you're reading all these messages and agreeing with them before you start this process. Right here, it is doing some internal footing and verifying the databases that everything is good in those before we close the year. The next one will talk about telling you that you're going to close 2019. You won't be able to post any more 2019 transactions. Are you sure you're ready to do that? If you hit OK here, you will get a second message that says, are you really sure? We're giving you 2 chances to say, stop, I'm not ready to do this yet. Once you've hit OK on both of these messages, you're not going to be able to stop this process. Well, we have done everything that we were supposed to. We had all our green check marks. We verified everything. We followed the year-end best practices step by step. I'm confident I'm ready to close the year. So we are going to go ahead and say OK. It's going to tell us that we are now ready to create our first backup of 3. This one is going to back up year-end 2019. So this will be our last backup for 2019. We're going to go ahead and hit OK. You're going to put in a blank CD or DVD, select that option, and hit your Start button. Once the backup completes, you will see this, and closing temporary mode will begin. So it's going to roll you from 2019, close 2019, and roll you into 2020. So that is your only year that will be open. Once this process completes, it will bring up a message about your second backup. Your second backup is going to make your January 1st, beginning of the year backup for 2020. And you've got a suggested disk label there. You hit OK on this. You don't really have a cancel option because, as I said, you can't stop this process. You want to hit OK. You're going to go ahead and pick your CD, DVD option again. Use a blank one so you have a clean backup of this. And just a reminder, these would be 2 really good backups to take off-site. Remember how we talk about making sure that all your stuff is in one location in case you have a fire or a tornado? These are good backups to put in a fireproof safe or off-site and get out of away from your computer. You can go ahead and hit your start button and the backup will complete. And then you will get to backup number 3. This backup is the backup that we've been talking about that you're going to send to AOS. This includes all that stuff that Bob just talked about, your AFR reports, your notes, everything you've put into the software, your manual inputs that you've input. UAN will have it all when you send us this. So we're going to say okay to that, and you will have the option of either making it to a CD or a DVD and mailing that to us, or the new option last year was an internet submission. We are going to go ahead and choose the internet submission button, and we're going to hit our start button. What you will notice is there will be a progress bar that comes up that tells you what part it is doing. So just watch that carefully and you'll know when it's submitting the file to us and when that has completed. Once we're done with this, any guesses? Guess what? We have closed the year and we are in 2020. So when you log back into the software, you will only have the option of logging into 2020. You've successfully closed the year, and you're going to now start the steps that are after you've closed the year. And what kind of things do you need to do now? Well, the next presenter is going to go over some of those things with you, and Trina is going to walk you right through that.
Okay, I'm broadcasting now. We had a little difficulty, of course. Something has to go wrong, and it only took 3 or 4 seconds to get it all figured out. Bob called me down from the crow's nest where I've been looking out, and it's been really cold out there, but it looks like we're coming into the home stretch. So let's move on. Angela got you to close the year, but what do? We get an awful lot of people who sink at this point because they don't sail into port like they're supposed to. There are additional steps you have to do once you close the year. So let's take a look at those. Well, the first thing on the best practices after you've closed the year is to make sure you've really closed the year. And I know that sounds odd to you, but every year we do get several people that call and say, I keep closing the year, but I'm still in 2019. They're not closing the year. I'm never quite sure what they're doing, but they're not closing the year. So you need to make sure, if you've been in temporary mode, you knew you had to change from 19 to 20 to log in, and now there's no temp mode, year selection, you've closed your year. But when you log in, you'll be able to see that. The first thing you do is check your cash summary by fund. This is simply a verification process that we ask you to do to make sure you aren't starting 2020 with a problem. So the software did the database verification, things like that. This is a last check. So we want you to print the cash summary by fund for the year 2019 and for January. So you can either do the 2019 one for December or year, it's the same thing, and the January one. And what you're comparing is the year-end fund balances in 2019 exactly match the year began balances in 2020. Should not see a problem. I don't think we've ever had anybody with that issue, but it is something we want you to check first. All right, once you've done that, look at that. The certificate of the total amount from all sources available for expenditures and balances. Who would name a document that? Well, we don't call it that in UAN. That's the official name of that document. We call it the year-end balance certificate because, well, we really can't type all of that in the menu. So the year-end balance certificate is what you do to certify your year-end balances, your carryover encumbrances, and your revenue for the new year. The software is going to show you how to do that, or the year-end best practices is going to tell you when to do that. We get a lot of people doing this in the wrong year and at the wrong time. Please follow the best practices. We highly recommend you wait until you've closed 2019, so there is no chance you're certifying the wrong amounts. So you need to be in 2020. You're going to go to Budget, Transactions, and Year-End Balance Certificate. And here's a mistake people make. This must say 2020. We are certifying 2020's resources available. We know it starts with the December 31st cash balances, but it is the 2020 year-end balance certificate. You're going to click the Add button, and when that form opens up, give it a name. You can see I've typed in 2020. You can name it Ralph if you like to. We don't care what you name it as long as you give it a name. You want to run your eye over this list of funds that you have. As you can see, I don't have anything really strange listed there. What if I had a capital project fund that started off in 2018 and went through and ended in 2019, and that fund has a zero balance and it's never going to be used again? Well, I would uncheck that fund. So if it's an old fund that does not need to be certified for resources available ever again, uncheck the box, and Tony's going to tell you how to remove that fund later, but you don't want it to be certified on your amended certificate. And I'm saying it has to have a zero balance and will never receive any more revenue. So uncheck the box, and then we want you to look at your funds that are not budgeted. Well, what would those be? Well, we do have a setting in our software that what used to be called, remember they were agency funds, and because of GASB 84, they're being reclassified and called custodial funds. But they're not budgeted. You can see my setting under General Maintenance Entity Setup on the System tab. Under that budgetary, mine is marked custodial funds must not be budgeted because mine aren't budgeted. If yours says custodial funds must be budgeted, it's not the same. So if it says custodial funds must not be budgeted, then on this certification, you would uncheck that fund. And our example here is the unclaimed money fund. In our entity, it is not budgeted because we set that setting when we set up the funds. And therefore, it's not included on the amended certificate, so I don't certify its cash balance. You don't require a budget or a purchase order to spend this money. So if the fund is not budgeted, uncheck it, and then you're simply going to click Save and Close. The form is completed if you followed the year-end practices order. Every fund is going to be listed, the cash balance, the encumbrances, all the things that are required on here, including the 2020 revenue budgets, have been entered if you followed the best practices order. If you didn't, you've got more work to do. So we've saved it, and to print it, you're going to mark it and click Print. Keep a copy for your files. We get a lot of people that call in and their amended certificate doesn't match their software, and we need you to pull up this document, and lots of people can't locate it. This is something that has to be audited, so keep a copy for your files, a paper copy, and then send one to the county auditor. The county auditor is then going to use this document to certify your first amended certificate. And when it comes back, you want to verify it matches your system. Do we have any questions about those first verifications? I think that's fairly simple. Nope. Okay, let's move on. All right, the next thing you want to do is make sure you're meeting the annual requirement. So a lot of folks say, well, I filed through UAN, I'm done. You do have to consider several things. So number one, you have 60 days after December 31st. to file your annual financial reports. So what does that mean for you? It means if you are paying someone else to do your notes, don't close your year, 2019, use temporary mode to keep 2020 up to date, and then when they send you the PDF of the notes, and I mean only the notes, you can add that into your software and meet and have a full annual financial report. We don't recommend you close the year unless you have a complete filing. Your filing date is the receive date. So especially if you are mailing a disc, please check your filing status. I'll show you how to do that in a minute. We get a lot of crushed discs in the mail in January, and we notify you that your disc arrived damaged and you'll have to submit again. So until that is actually received and able to be uploaded into our system, your filing is not complete. If you are filing online, even if you show that your submission was received successfully, we get an awful lot of people that submit the wrong things. So please verify your filing status. Incomplete filings that are made on time, so let's say you close your year on January 3rd because you wanted to get that award. Wait, we don't actually give awards, so don't even try it. So we get people that are in a hurry to close the year because they're not using temp mode to keep 2020 up to date and accurate, and they want to get that year closed, so they do add a picture of their dog like Tony did. Instead of adding their notes, they put in a letter that says, I'll do my notes and submit later. There's just no point to do this. So if you filed by closing your year without notes, okay, I thought I'd shut my mic off. So if you didn't add your notes, you added something besides notes in order to get that green question mark or that green check, you're still not complete, you're not auditable, and your new filing date could generate some late penalties. So please use temporary mode until your notes are complete and add it into the software, and then when you file, you are complete. So how do you verify your filing status? In the year-end procedures, we have exact instructions how to go to your e-services account, and we have folks that don't use it. You can still log in. Our year-end instructions tell you how to do that, and it gives you the path where you go once you get into your e-services account to find the Hinkle system file. Once again, and we've said this several times today, we get a lot of people that check their submission and they pull up that Hinkle file and it only contains one of the many annual financial reports and your notes. And they're thinking that, oh my goodness, I have to add in all those other files. You don't. So we've said it several times today. You file once with UAN, the Hinkle system takes the tiny little bit it wants, which is the AFR demographics and debt, and one of, I think it's the combining report or the combined, and the notes. That's all the Hinkle system wants. Your auditor will have all of your documents. They don't need to be added in with the notes. The software provides all of those other items. You also have to publish a notice that your annual financial report is complete and is available to be viewed at, so if you've got office hours, you would put that, the address of the office and the hours that somebody could walk in the door to take a look at it, or if you don't have regular office hours, normally you put the annual financial report for Buckeye Township in such and such a county is complete and available to be viewed by contacting the fiscal officer, your name, and a phone number. And then that way they could call you and you could probably say, well, I can email you a copy, which would mean you would email every one of the annual financial reports as separate PDF documents. Remember, there's not one report, it is several. But you want to give the public the opportunity to know it's available. Our next item, if you participate in Ohio Checkbook, and the Auditor of State's office does encourage you to do that, our year-end procedures give you complete instructions how to submit the annual file. So most of our customers use the annual file to submit. You would go through those procedures to authorize UAN to send that file off to the Ohio Checkbook, and then you work with the Ohio Checkbook to get the file available for public viewing. In the year-end best practices, this is the point where we say, hey, now is a good time to print your year-end reports, and those would be the reports that you print for the full year, January through December 2019. It's not something that has to be done before the year is closed. You can focus on your items that you need to get the year closed and now go back and do that. There is a complete list in the year-end procedures and the year-end best practices for accounting and payroll, and you may have some of your favorites that you like to print as well. So there's a long list of reports we recommend, and if you did not print your W-2s and 1099s before you close the year and it's still not beyond the deadline, go ahead and get those added and edited and printed now. So remember, we told you the W-2s and the 1099s could be done in 2019 before you close the year or from 2020 after you close the year. So those items are going to be dependent on where you decide to do it, as long as you do it before the deadline. Do we have any questions about those subjects? Okay, we've got someone telling us our year-end balance certificate has to be the county auditor by 1/20/2020. Okay, so by January 20th. So I would recommend you close 2019 before the 20th of January. You really need to have accurate balances. So if you have any questions about, there is a list of things you absolutely have to have done before you do the year-end balance certificate. So if you're not going to close the year before you get that done because you haven't got your notes finished. And remember, you've got 60 days to close the year, and if all you're doing is finishing your notes, that's not going to change anything on the year-end balance certificate. So what I don't want you to take away from this is, oh, I can do that year-end balance certificate anytime, anywhere. It has to be from work year 2020, and you have to have significant items finished before those numbers are accurate. And once you create that document, you can't change anything. You can't post another interest receipt. You can't change a purchase order, because everything is dependent on what you, when you added that form, what was posted after it. So if you have any question about, your county auditor has a deadline, and this has got to be from an entity, the county has this rule that they want that certificate to their office before January 20th. So we can help you make sure you're not doing it prematurely. If you have that, I would give us a call, and so we make sure that you've got specific things finished before creating it. We get an awful lot of calls during the year where someone has created it prematurely and the numbers were not certified correctly. So you absolutely have to be in work year 2020 to do it. No more questions? Okay, let's move on. What do we have to do to get after we close the year? The next one, not a lot of our clients have to do this, the 1095 and 1094 forms. If you don't know whether those apply to you, it's all about applicable large employers and self-insured coverage. So it's about the insurance you provide. If you don't know whether it applies to you, please go to the IRS website and get the publication for instructions for the 1095 and 1094 forms and read it. That will tell you who has to do this. All right, if you are self-insured, you absolutely, without question, have to do this. And if you don't know whether you're an applicable large employer, you need to read the IRS instructions. So UAN can't tell you whether you have to do it. We can guide you to the IRS website to find those publications to determine. To do them in the software, you would go to Payroll, Reports and Statements, External Forms, 1095 and 1094 forms. And you would add those and edit them right in the document. So if you don't remember how to do this because you only do it once a year, or this is the first year you were self-insured or an applicable large employer, we have a video right on our website. So on the UAN link at ohioauditor.gov, choose Training, and from the drop-down list, choose Year-End and scroll down to this little area for 1095 and 1094 forms. We recorded that in 2015, and nothing has changed in what gets added to the form. So you can go ahead and add them and edit them in the software, but this year the IRS has not finalized the form. So while you can add and edit them in the software, you can't print them because we haven't received the final go-ahead for the forms. So you have to wait until we notify you that the patch is available, and you'll download that patch for the 1095 and 1094 forms, and you'll be able to print those. So remember, you can add them and edit them, get them ready, but you can't print them until the IRS has finalized the form. We'll notify you when that patch is ready. All right, our next speaker is going to be Tony Pranger. He's going to take us into the shore and dock us into the harbor. So Tony is coming. Give us just a second to swap out.
Okay, ahoy mateys. We're at the very tail end of this presentation, so we're talking about first things first. We need to verify our revenue budgets. Today I received my first 2020 amended certificate. I need to make sure the county certified my numbers. Verify the revenue budgets. So we're going to print resources available for appropriation. To do this, you're going to go to Accounting, Reports and Statements, Budgetary Reports. The report we want is resources available for appropriation. Select all your funds and print. The far right column of the resources available for appropriation should match the far right column of the amended certificate. You are required to pass permanent appropriation legislation and input the amounts into UAN before April 1st. After passing legislation, enter permanent appropriations under accounting, maintenance, appropriation budgets. Permanent appropriations. Now we're going to verify our appropriation budgets were entered accurately. Go to Accounting, Reports and Statements, Budgetary Reports, and select from the drop-down list Comparison of Budget and Appropriated. Select your funds and print. We're looking at the last 3 columns of that report. Here your final appropriations must match the board adopted appropriations by fund. Once you have entered the permanent appropriations, the resources still available to appropriate are represented in the variance column. Any questions about entering your permanent appropriations or verifying your revenue budgets? So nope, we have no questions in that area. We're going to move on to removing old funds. Get lots of calls on this. Lots of people wanting to remove their old funds. So here are the steps. Last but not least, we're going to discuss removing old funds after 2019 is closed. So a fund must have a 0 carryover balance to 2020 and have no transactions. The fund cannot have any revenue or appropriation budget entries. The fund cannot be used in 2020 created documents. So this includes the year-end balance certificate. So if you go to Budget, Transactions, Year-end Balance Certificate, print that report, and then delete the form. To delete any related revenue accounts, go to Accounting, Maintenance, Revenue Accounts, change the status to All, and carefully select and remove all revenue accounts associated with the fund. Now go to Accounting, Maintenance, Appropriation Accounts, change your status to All, and carefully select and remove all appropriation accounts related to the fund. Last but not least, you will remove the fund. So go to Accounting, Maintenance, Funds, and change the status to All. Now carefully select and remove the fund. Remember, you don't want to forget to report your training, self-report your training time. On the auditor's website, go under Local Government and select Fiscal Integrity. Sign in to report your training hours.
Okay, we've got some questions coming in. Lots and lots of thank yous from you folks. Let me go ahead and scroll through these. Where do I find the template for notes? Again, download the year-end procedures. So if you want that right now, the year-end procedures are on our website. So go to uanlink.ohioauditor.gov. Right on the home page, you will see year-end procedures. That is the same year-end procedures you'll use to close the year. Look at the table of contents. We're under Notes and Documents, and in that section, it will show you exactly where to go to download the template. Okay, we've had some questions coming into the support line. Is the Auditor of State's Office changing the template this year? It has not changed since 2018, and no, they don't always tell us that they're making changes. So with the GASB 84, they may make changes to that. So the best I can tell you is pull the template when you're ready to start those. Pull the template that's on there, and then before you finalize, check again and see if they've updated it. You really, all you would have to do is check and see what sections they've updated and maybe copy and paste those in. So UAN does not always get notification that they're going to make any changes. All we know is right now, the one on the Auditor of State's website has not been changed since 2018, and that's as much as we know. Any chance of adding a spell check to UAN? That's a really good question. So how about you email that and request it? If you just send an email to the support line asking if a spell check could be added to the UAN software, we will forward that to development. So just to clarify, should we self-report today's training? Yes, Absolutely, without question, you want to self-report your training. Is it already on the website? Okay, so we let them know the dates and times, and they put that on the Fiscal Integrity Act self-reporting portal. They were notified yesterday, so it should be there. If it's not there today and you're trying to self-report today, give them a day or so, keep trying, but you don't want to forget, you only have 90 days to self-report, and then you won't get credit for that. Is it 60? 60 days. Ouch. So make sure you get your time self-reported. Don't wait or you'll forget. Today is a 6-hour training, even though we're letting you go early. Where can I find the instructions for removal of old funds? Well, Tony just told you how to remove an old fund. This video will be posted on our website within about a week, and you can open up that video, go right to the end, and the last thing Tony told you was how to remove an old fund. It's not in the software anywhere else because it's not a one-off question. It would involve revenue accounts, appropriation accounts, and the fund removal. So pull up that video. Lots of thank yous, thank yous. Once again, where can I find the instructions for deleting a fund? I have tried to do this again and again. Just like Tony showed you, a fund can't have any activity or be included in any document you created. So if you created the year-end balance certificate with that fund in it, you have to delete the report before the fund can be allowed. Give us a call on the support line and we will be absolutely happy to walk you through this. Oh, here's a good question. Can I enter and update 2020 earning rates in temporary mode before I have the final payroll in 2019? Carrie, that is a very good question. That's the whole point of temporary mode, so you can get early access to 2020, and any pay rates that change January 1st, I think that's kind of rare, but sometimes that happens. You have access to 2020. It will not affect your earnings and the pay rates in 2019. So log in, open that temporary mode just as soon as you can, and get those pay rates changed so that your first payroll in 2020 has the correct pay rate. Okay, I've got somebody, I have a question for local government services. How do we contact LGS? We have a phone number for LGS. It hasn't changed in many, many years. It is 1-800-345-2519. So it's again 1-800-345-2519. They all keep scrolling back up to the top. Give me just a second. Is there an email for LGS? No, we don't have an email. You guys have to remember that local government services is not staffed like UAN, where there's a support line for local government services. So you need to call that number, and if you don't get a response in 24 hours, call again. They're not staffed like us. They've got to call those back as somebody is available. So I just recommend that if you don't get a call back by the next day, give them a call. You just have to stay on top of it. They're not staffed like us, so there isn't someone answering the phone during support hours. Are there raises this year? If you're talking about township elected official raises, UAN does not have any control over that. Most people, we don't keep track of it. So we can't be your source of what are the pay rates. So I would highly recommend, if you are a member of the Ohio Township Association, I believe they have that information on their website, or contact local government services for that information. My pay date will fall on Thursday, January 2nd. So, boy, you really have to have temp mode. So open temp mode early, get your revenue budgets, and your board needs to adopt temporary appropriations and enter them in the software so you're ready to post paychecks in 2020 on January 2nd. OPERS is based on the pay period end date. The software handles this beautifully. So if your first check in January has a December ending pay period, the software will allow you to add the wage with the correct pay period, and in the withholdings and the reports, it knows to pull it into the December report. And this person says, I'm confused. I usually pay the monthly withholding with the last pay of the month. That can be done. You just have to be in 2020 to do it. So the wages have to be added in 2020 for January 2nd. They have to be posted. And once that's done, in 2020, you can produce the December 2019 OPERS and OP&F report. Give us a call if you're scared about that. We'll walk you right through it. Okay, we're getting a lot of questions about what's the session called. It's the UAN year-end update. 2019. Okay, it's saying 2019 UAN year-end update self-reporting is not showing on the Auditor of State's web portal. Like I said, we notified them. It doesn't mean they already have it on the website. Give it a couple of days. UAN does not control that. Please give them time to get that posted so you can point that out. Oh, we've got somebody saying you might want to point out to the new fiscal officers the quick links hidden in the UAN software to get you to the UAN and the Auditor of State website. They are great. They've been around for years. If you are in the UAN software and you want to get to our UAN website, click on the seal of the Auditor of State in the upper left corner. That's a shortcut to the UAN website. And if you want to get to the state auditor's website and you're in the UAN software, if you click on Auditor of State Keith Faber's name in the upper right corner, it takes you straight to the Auditor of State's website. If you're you don't know what your login is for the Fiscal Integrity Act, you're going to have to contact them. A lot of times when there's a change in fiscal officer or a change in your email address and you didn't notify them, you're not able to log in. You will have to contact the Fiscal Integrity Act folks, and they don't have a phone number. You're going to have to use the Contact Us. And if you use the Contact Us, please do not say, I'm a UAN client and I need to, because the minute they see the UAN, they refer you to us, and we will say we can't answer that question. So that UAN word is like, oh, UAN can answer every question if their name is involved, so we can't. So let them know you can't log in to self-report, and they will help you with that login. Okay, I received an email on 10/31 stating a change in Ohio tax for 2020. The year-end update disc 2020.1 already contains any change that the state made, because they made their decision before October 31st. Wasn't that wonderful? The federal government, however, has not made a decision on the federal tax rates for 2020. So as usual, we will be waiting to hear from them, and if they want the tax tables changed, we'll notify you that the patch is available to download. Okay, just to make sure I am clear, we have people getting a cost of living raise for 2020. This will happen on their payday of January 3rd. So again, this is somebody who needs to get temporary mode open, get your revenue budgets and your temporary appropriations in so that you'll be able to post wages on January 3rd in the year 2020. Yes, you need to use temporary mode to update the pay rate so that that January 3rd check has the correct pay period and pay amount. You want to be logged into work year 2020 and get those earnings updated on the employees. Here's somebody who was just appointed fiscal officer 12/2/19 with no help from the prior fiscal officer. Sometimes that's a good thing. So, and any visiting assistance that UAN would recommend on our website. So once again, if you're in the UAN software, click on the seal of the state of Ohio. It takes you right to our website, and then under resources, you will see visiting clerks. Those are extraordinarily gifted and well-trained fiscal officers that you can contract with to help you. Okay, here's a question we get a lot of times. under financial documents, and that means the budget, financial worksheet, and we create and save a temporary appropriation budget. No, the budget financial worksheet is not for the purpose of preparing appropriation legislation. You're just going to get yourself tangled up if you were trying to use the budget financial worksheet to create temporary appropriations. I would do that in a spreadsheet rather than trying to do it within the software. Well, there's one right here at the bottom. Can I delete all blanket certificates? Well, you can't delete a blanket certificate, but if you have no more payments to make off of them, you can close your blanket certificates. Again, would it be possible in the future to offer a year-end session for those who do not utilize the payroll function? No. It's not being considered at this time to have two different sessions. We will not be doing that. So if you don't want to watch things that don't apply to you, I would highly recommend that you watch the video once it's posted on the website, and then you can simply skip through anything payroll related. It would be the most convenient for you. Okay, I missed the question about 1099 miscellaneous forms. Do we need to purchase these? Yes, absolutely, and without question, you have to purchase 1099, and usually the packets contain a 1096 form. You want to buy the laser ones, not the tractor feed and things like that, so absolutely. Will UAN be adding timekeeping for payroll? At this time, we are not considering that. Again, lots of people trying to record their training and it's not there. They haven't posted it yet. Please give them time to add it to the Fiscal Integrity Act website in order to self-report. Is there a way to sort the W-2s by employee when printing employee copies rather than printing and sorting 4 times? Okay, I think we answered this and we actually showed it on the print form. When you are printing the employee W-2, you have 2 choices. You can choose the 2 part, which would require you to print, cut, and sort. If you do not want to print, cut, and sort, use the 4-part form, which produces 1 page per employee. So for I don't want to print, cut, sort, use the 1 per employee. So you have 2 choices right on the print W-2 forms. Use the 4-part. Does UAN supply updated school income tax rates? Absolutely not. We do not keep track. However, in the UAN software, if you want to see what school rates are, the Ohio Department of Taxation always produces the new tax rates. Remember, in November, some new school taxes may have been added, increased, decreased, or not voted as a renewal. So you always, in late December, should be checking the Ohio Department of Taxation's website to see if your school taxes have changed. Now, if you want to go, there's a shortcut within the UAN software. If you go to payroll, maintenance, withholdings, choose any one of the school taxes and click edit. There is a big blue question mark. Click the big blue question mark. It will take you to the Ohio Department of Taxation's website, and on that page you'll be able to print the list of school taxes. Make sure you're looking at the one that is effective January 1st, 2019. And then any of your school taxes that have changed, make sure you're making that change for your 2020 wages. Okay, should we wait until the 2020.1 disk is installed before opening temp mode? You have no choice. You do not have access to temp mode until you install 2020.1. So you get that disk in the mail, it is being mailed, it's being duplicated now, and it will be mailed out Friday, so you should be getting that early next week. So install it as soon as you get it, and remember, opening temp mode is a step you have to take. Installing the disk does not open temp mode. So install the disk, look at your year-end procedure, your year-end best practices, and it shows you one of the first things you want to do after opening temp mode is going in and setting up the new year. So follow those best practices steps. If I print W-2s and choose 2-part, but I don't like it, can I just shred them and reprint as a 4-part? Absolutely. The software is going to let you do that, but I would highly recommend don't select all of them and print. Select just 2 employees and try a 2-part, and 2 employees and try a 4-part, and then decide which one you want. Shred the ones you're not going to use and print the ones as a complete. You just don't want to get mixed up. So take a look at them. The software is going to let you print and take a look at them without printing every one of them. If we've not yet received the cemetery update, should we call and ask for it to be sent again? Yes, the 4.0 disc was mailed a long time ago. If you didn't get it, send us an email or give us a call on the support line, and we'll verify your mailing address and get it mailed out to you right away. Okay, here's a good question. Once you've installed or opened temporary mode, are these practices available to run through in training mode? Todd, outstanding. Yes, once you've, whatever you've done in the live software is repeated over in the training mode. So if you open temp mode and you want to see how to do things and try it out before actually doing it in your live software, exit your live software and go to the training mode, and I forget what that's called, where it goes and gets a new copy. Synchronize a new copy and you'll have the temporary mode available to you. Good question. All right, this question is about your current year operating budget. Do I need to request an amended certificate because we got the additional tax, gasoline tax? Absolutely. If this is a township, your elected officials' salaries are based on the certification of revenue, and you could have been entitled to a raise by certifying those additional amounts. So anytime an amount is significant, you should always get an amended certificate. It doesn't mean the board has to appropriate it. Okay, removing funds. When you're, how Tony showed you that once you've closed 2019, you're in 2020, delete the revenue accounts, the appropriation accounts, and then you'll be able to delete the fund if you haven't included it in any other document. Well, the year-end balance certificate is one of those documents. So if it was included in there, remember, if you unchecked the box and it went to the background, it is still in that document. So you would just simply delete it. You don't have to delete prior year-end balance certificates, just the year you're trying to close it in. So, and remember when I told you to do your year-end balance certificate, I told you to print it for your files, but we get an awful lot of people that don't do that. That's why we say when you're ready to delete a fund, open the year, go to the year-end balance certificate and print it and delete it. Lots of people haven't printed this for their file, so you don't have to print it twice if you already have it. But no, you won't have to delete prior year reports. And that is every question that we have. We were talking about, can the budget worksheet prevent you from deleting old funds? Yes, that's why we recommend you delete those old funds as soon as you close a year in January, hopefully before you've done anything to include that. The year-end balance certificate is usually that first thing. So if you're trying to delete a fund in 2019 and it was in the budget financial worksheet, you would have to delete that. You make sure you've got a printed copy by accounts before you delete that in 19. Now you can always call the support line. I know when you try to delete something, you get a message that says it cannot be deleted because, and it lists the reasons. If you can't figure that out, give us a call. We'll help you with it. Okay, here, if I delete the budget worksheet for 2019 to delete the funds, will I still be able to pull a master for next year? The prior year master worksheet doesn't need to be deleted. Don't touch the prior year master worksheet. Only any budget financial worksheet you have added. So leave the master worksheet alone. Another question about the template for the AFR notes and documents. We have covered that several times. In the year-end procedures, you will have exact instructions where to go to get the template. It's on the Auditor of State's website, but you have to go exactly where they say. So pull out your year-end procedures, and remember, those are on our website right now. So you can go to the UAN link, .ohioauditor.gov. Right on the home page, you see the year-end best practices and the year-end procedures. print them, and get going. All right, thanks so much for attending, and good afternoon, good evening, and good night.